My name is Noko Masipa. I'm the chairperson on the portfolio of agriculture, economic development, and tourism. Shireen, do we correct to start the meeting?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Yes, we are. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, as I have introduced myself, I give you opportunity to introduce yourself.
Afternoon, Chair. It's Dave Bryant, member of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant.
Bombo, member of the committee.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Gillian Postman, standing in for Member Dirk Wessels.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian Postman.
Good afternoon, Chair. Khalil Brankes, member of the committee. Thank you.
Welcome. Honorable members, is that all? I thought I saw Honorable Ngontlo. Is she off?
I'm here, Chair. My apologies. Afternoon, members. I'm Member Ngontlo, part of the committee.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we are here for a briefing that relates to the quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. They will brief us with regards to their quarterly report, as well as Westgro, Atlantic Special Economic Zone, and the Free Port Saldanha Industrial Development Zone on its quarterly performance for the period of January to March 2025. We'll also receive briefing by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism on the red tape reduction, with specific reference to the work undertaken by the unit, the nature of red tape reduction efforts, particularly in relation to addressing and unlocking bylaws that are currently constraining informal trading, both informal and in the informal spaces. Once we concluded with that, we will, honorable members, look at resolutions. Are there any items under generals that members of the parliament would like to discuss at this meeting? I see no hands, so which means there is nothing. With that, honorable members, as you will know that we are in visual, so there will obviously be members of the public that will be following us online. So we'll request that when you speak, just show your face and unmute. But when you are not speaking, please make sure that your mic is off and your camera is off. That will be appreciated. That goes obviously also to the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. HOD, good morning. I think I have seen you. I don't know if the minister is here. Good afternoon, minister, and good afternoon, HOD, and your department. HOD, I am going to hand over to you to start, obviously, the presentation and obviously opening remarks. But I think, firstly, what I would want is that we don't have to introduce yourself, all of you. I'll prefer that you will just introduce those that will do the presentation in this meeting. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a warm good afternoon on this very cold day to all the members and the teams, both the DDAT team as well as the entities. We are understanding that we only have 10 minutes per entity or organization, so we're going to go through this quite rapidly, and then perhaps through your Chair and the members, if there are any additional questions to be asked. For the DDAT presentation, I'll be joined by Cheryl Julies, although we have our branch heads as well as some additional members that are present, including the Red Tape team, who are going to be presenting after this. Courtney, can you go to the next slide, please?
This presentation, we want to give more flavor of our strategic plan.
I think you need to put it on presentation mode, because at the moment you're seeing the side slides. So this is just to provide context, because there was also a request for talking about the G4J targets. So we just wanted to say that the Growth for Jobs strategy does not have quarterly or annual targets. It does have projections for 2035, and we are about to hopefully get an implementation plan, a 5-year implementation plan endorsed by Cabinet that basically says what progress do we need to make by 2030 in order for us to achieve our targets by 2035. And what you would find in our 5-year strategy that has been tabled with the Standing Committee in Parliament is effectively what we understand our progress should be by 2030. Thank you very much, Courtney. So you have our DDAT strategic goal for investments, which is the PFA1, which is driving growth opportunities through investment, needs to be valued at 70 billion. We also have with exports and domestic targets that our exports should reach 320 billion. And then, of course, the value of tourism spend by international tourists should be 63 billion. And so if you look at our 5-year strategy, all of what's in the G4J is essentially embedded in our documents, so that it's not an add-on or it's extra, but it becomes core to what the department needs to do and needs to achieve. In my forward or the introductory text that I have for the 5-year, we do say that this is ambitious targets. Obviously, what's happening in the world at the moment is that there's considerable uncertainty, and there is a possibility, if things don't pan out in the way that we anticipated, that we may have to revise the targets. But at the moment, the department is absolutely committed to meeting these 5-year targets. Thank you. Next slide, please. And so you also see then flowing from the 5-year goes down to the APP, and this just shows how the indicators within the G4J is embedded in and across all of the programs within the department. I'm not going to go through this in a lot of detail, but it just basically shows the flow of alignment from the G4J strategy into the 5-year strategy of the departments and then into the APPs as well. Next slide, please. And this also just shows how we, over the last quarter, basically the achievements that we've achieved. So this goes directly and specifically to what the Standing Committee had requested us to present. And at this particular point in time, I am going to hand over to Cheryl to take us through this in more detail. Ms. Julius, can I hand over to you, please?
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members. So, Courtney, if you can go to the next slide. The next would just be a detailed performance for Q4. And if you can see, program 1 would be the administrative program, which consists of financial management and corporate services. Of the 6 indicators, one of it was an underperformance, and that was as a result of one of the planned evaluation that took longer than expected due to some collection of data challenges that we have experienced. However, it has been concluded in the first quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. Over to the next one, Courtney. Program 2, which consists of your enterprise development, regional and local economic development, and your red tape reduction. Of the 11 indicators, there were 2 that were underachieved, and the underachievement was due to some of the late submission of the performance information that came through. And part of the DPME performance reporting does give the department an opportunity to do a restatement towards the annual audited figures, of which some of these would be able to be seen through coming through your audited figures. So there were 2 of the performance indicators that underachieved within program 2. Going to program 3. Program 3, which consisted of your trade and investment and your sector development program. From the 6 indicators, there were only 1 that underachieved within the performance period Q4, and that was as even though the program had the 5 district export campaigns, the attendees, the businesses who attended, were requested to complete the post-events assessment forms, which form part of the reporting for audit purposes. And some of the businesses, so the reporting that you have in front of you is part of the assessment tools that came back. This will also be reported on the restatement with annual figures as well. Thank you. And going over to the business regulation and governance sector, there was some significant achievement within program 4 under the business regulation and governance sector, of which they have, for Q4, they have met all the performance targeted and exceeded some of the targets within the Q4, where they have some major achievements, and where the annual targets has also been met over the reporting period. In program 5, economic planning, there was the program responded to 8 performance indicators within program 4, which they've all met, and some of them significant achievements was identified over the reporting period. So within the economic planning space, they've actually met all the performance targets within Q4. If we go over to program 6, program 6 consisted of the tourism planning and the growth and development, tourism sector transformation, and the tourism destination marketing sub-programs, within this program of the performance indicators over the period, there were one underachievement under the growth for jobs, the tourism growth fund indicator. Even those 6 projects were supported because they had a planned target of 6, and even those 6 projects were initiated, 2 of those projects will be reported on within the 25-26 financial year. So they had an underperformance of a 4 against a planned target of 6. Within the skills development area, they had a significant achievement as well within the skills program, and these are mostly within the provincial skills partnerships and the skills programming projects, where the unemployed persons placed within employment opportunities, as well as the funding leveraged. This was the performance for Q4. We've included also the annual targets on the side of it, just as an indication of the year-to-date performance for the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I think if I may suggest, can we proceed and take 2 more presentations or 3 more presentations, and then we can then ask questions afterwards. Is that in order, honorable members? In agreement? No objection?
Yes, in agreement.
Thank you. HOD, over to you to proceed with the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Courtney, can you flight the next presentation? I think Matt, if I could ask Matt to present next.
Joe, the entities will project the presentations on their side.
All right. Matthew, from the CEO of Atlantis SEZ, and then we will have Westgrow next, and then finally Saldanha IDZ. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much, Chair. I'm caught between 2 venues at the moment, so I apologize. I'm coming to you from my car at the moment. But Wahida Saib, our CFO, will be doing the presentation on behalf of the Atlantis SEZ. If I can just say, Chair, that by way of introduction, that we are, I think, doing exceptionally well. We're very satisfied with our progress and with our performance in the context, I think the Chair, the HOD did allude earlier in the context of some quite tight economic conditions, and also, some concerns globally from an investment perspective. But it is remarkable the interest that we are receiving as the Atlantis SEZ. I think almost daily, and I say this not by way of exaggeration, we are engaging with interested parties, be it investors, be it funders, be it delegations. And so the interest and the engagement is very positive, and it's across a range of different fronts, both from an investment perspective, but also partnerships and a range of initiatives that we are seeing growing and developing. So, Chair, Ms. Saib, our CFO, will go through the details of our performance. We have 2 programs, Program 1 being the governance and administration, and Program 2 being the sort of frontline delivery aspects of the entity. So thank you. Over to Ms. Saib. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm going to start with the results of Q4 for the two programs that were mentioned. First being the administration program, which covers our governance, our finances, our supply chain management, as well as the ICT management and our learning and development initiatives. There were a total of 7 targets for the period, and of the 7, we were able to achieve all of the 7. On program 2, which covers our inclusive economic development targets, which covers business development, commercial services, sustainable infrastructure, and the integrated ecosystem management. Of the 9 targets that were set for Q4, 7 of those were achieved, with 2 being underperformant. The 2 that were underperforming was in relation to commercial services on the number of leases that needed to be signed for the year, and the second being on the green tech infrastructure development around the solar rooftop percentage generation. On program 1's achievements, our first target there relates to the number of days that we're able to pay our suppliers, and we're doing quite well in relation to this. We're averaging about 4 days, mostly because we deal with local SMEs within Atlantis that do require that we turn around payments as quickly as possible. In relation to the governance, again, the board is meeting quite regularly in relation to that. Nothing to mention there. And in our ICT, we've put in systems and processes and the governance required in relation to that, having now independent processes to manage our ICT. Maybe just to mention on the triple BE spend, so here we gearing ourselves to having our own BE scorecard done, and it's been disciplining ourselves to be able to track the spend in relation to that. The target was 70%. We've managed to achieve a 75.8% spend in relation to that. Similarly, on the budget on learning and development initiatives, the target was 3%, and we've managed to achieve a 3.6% allocation in relation to that. Most of that relates to our internship program, where we employ young graduates. We've got 7 at the end of the financial year, and we've successfully placed 1 subsequently into the organization. On the operational side of the business, in relation to the business development, those indicators being met was the investor declarations that we were able to count for the last quarter. We received 2 investor declarations, one being the MMIH and the Cape Refining, with the total investment value of 517 million, with 90 jobs declared in that investment. The active investor pipeline is still being maintained on a quarterly basis. That number changes on a daily basis. We have about 9 site reservation agreements signed at the moment. And on the partnership side, we're doing quite well in relation to that. We set ourselves a target of 2, and we've overachieved in relation to this. We were able to secure memorandum of agreements with several institutions that have similar interests as the SEZ. Moving on to the commercial side of business, as highlighted, this was one of those indicators where unfortunately the entity was not able to achieve. The target was to have 2 signed lease agreements in place for Q4. Unfortunately, we have several applications sitting with the DTIC for approval. DTIC's funding for the 24-25 financial year had been depleted very early on in the year, and as a result, these applications have not been reviewed and are still with them. Moving on to the community side of the business, which covers our integrated ecosystem management, covering our skills development, enterprise development, and community initiatives. For the quarter, we were able to successfully engage with 374 beneficiaries. Of that, 64 people participated in our skills initiatives, 275 on our community member initiatives, and 35 on our enterprise development initiatives. Those initiatives that we were able to count for the 4th quarter covered a vocational awareness program that was run out on the skills development side with the TVET colleges, And on the enterprise development side, there was a course that was done with the small businesses in and around Atlantis, covering the occupational health and safety elements. Lastly, on the community integration side of the work, the entity was able to successfully host a jobs expo with some of our partners. For the year, we've run 18 initiatives relating to the community projects, covering at least 1,597 beneficiaries. On the sustainable infrastructure side, one of the targets that was not achieved was the percentage roof space solar. So the target for new factories was set at 40%, but the one that we were able to count for Q4 related to the guardhouse that was recently completed. And that particular building only required about 13% to basically have sufficient energy being met for the building itself. And lastly, on the last target was the number of applications to be submitted for factories. We were successfully put together those applications for the AirTech and freeze-dryer holding factories, which are currently sitting with the DTIC for evaluation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I've noted the request that after these two presentations, let's do questions. HOD, Ms. Johnson, we're going to do questions now and then do the next two presentations, if that is in order with you. Okay, so honorable members, there you have the two presentations, Atlantic Economic Development Zone and the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. Can I see hands? See Honorable Ngondlo. Any other hand? Honorable Ngondlo, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the colleagues for the presentations. Chair, what I would like to perhaps ask, maybe from the HOD, is that it is said in their slide, I think of their presentation, that the G4J, which is the main anchor of our growth strategy for the province, it says that it does not have quarterly nor annual targets. I would like to ask why, particularly for this department, which is supposedly to be setting one at its own contribution to at least be able to tell us as this committee what exactly is their contribution, both quantitatively and qualitatively, to the growth for jobs. You know, so I'm trying to understand, why would you not have quarterly nor annual targets? That helps us to understand all of the great performance that you are reporting to us. How is such contributing to the bigger picture, which is what we have all agreed upon, is to have a strategy that will grow the economy into a R1 trillion economy together with a number of jobs. So I want to understand why is such. And then secondly, Chair, because I think my struggle with a report of this nature, especially because we are dealing with the last quarter of a financial year, which would mean whatever are the 3 quarters cumulatively, this is the last quarter of the financial year, which will then be able to total or aggregate up what we would have done from the first year to the last year. So this is where I think this quarter becomes an exciting quarter to receive data from, because then it helps you to quantify and qualify what you have been doing and what you had promised you are gonna deliver. So it's a bit of a challenge if we already indicates that we do not have such in terms of what is the bigger outcome that we seek to achieve. And then, Chair, I just wanted to understand also that in as far as I think it's the last slide on the sub-program 7 on the provincial and on the skills development program. I'm trying to understand when the department or the unit says the number of training modalities were refined from 4 to 6. Can you give us details? What exactly are those training modalities, and what would be their impetus to the growth for jobs or their importance? But secondly, for me, I want to understand in under sub-program 7.2, what you are mentioning, if you read that, it says we've got about 1,500 planned placement in this financial year, which I think there was actually an overachievement of even we've got 102% achievement, but the number of businesses supported with skilled labor, if one assume, please correct me if I'm wrong, if one assume you are talking from the pool of the unemployed persons, is it the same pool that is the one that you are saying in 7.3.1 business was supported with skilled labor? Are these two programs of different things? Because I'm not necessarily understanding. You've got 15,000 planned, you've got 1,500 planned, and you've achieved 2,365 placement opportunities. Where are these placement, and what is the relationship of this with what is in 7.3.1 of the business supported with skilled labor? So if you can maybe clarify that for me. Thank you, Chair, for now.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondle. I also have got some questions, clarity seeking. HOD, with regards to program 3, you talk about enterprise development, and obviously area that you did not achieve is the capacity building and youth-owned businesses. So I just want to know how you connect your department with the City of Cape Town, for example, on Jobs Connect, and also the CEDA, which play a critical role in terms of capacity building. And obviously recently they start now with finance as well. Just your relationship with those institutions in ensuring that the delivery of your objectives are met. The next question will obviously relate to the program number 3, which is the district export awareness. Maybe if you can share if you have got details with regards to area where this export district are taking place and how frequent are they happening. And also, I just want to get a feel as to whether really the African Continental Free Trade Agreement feature in those conversations, and as to, are you able to see some traction, from those engagement. The last one from my side is regarding the Atlantis economic development zone with regards to commercial development. My understanding is that there is a problem with one of the leases. The last time when we were there was obviously what we got was that almost the entire area is leased. I just want to know if that refers to the one remaining area that was up for lease and to start the operation. But overall, thank you, and I think well done on the work that you are doing for the province. Thank you. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honourable Member Nkoto. Just with respect to the questions that were asked for the department, so we don't have a quarterly target because primarily the targets that are set out for G4J are impact level targets. And because the G4J has taken a systemic approach, the way that we're going to achieve those rather audacious goals are not necessarily just a summation of the projects that we are implementing, but it's really around making sure that we are doing things that impact transversely that ultimately then lead to the 1 trillion rand target of the G4J. We do have, though, that we are about to introduce what we call an impact pulse, which monitors using credible data and using Stats SA, monitoring the overall impact of our collective efforts. So that's the first thing, and we're quite happy to share that with the Standing Committee as we release those results. Because as you can see at the moment is that you sometimes have in the economy a little, it's not a smooth line, it's sometimes a little bit of setbacks, but making sure that we're back on track and working harder once we spot that there's a trend that is happening. So because you, for example, have seasonal unemployment or employment, it tries to accommodate for those kinds of trends as well. So we're doing an impact pulse, our implementation plan, which I'm unable to share at this particular point in time with the Standing Committee, primarily because it has not yet been endorsed by Cabinet, is hopefully going to be endorsed within the next couple of weeks once we finalize the budgets. But we have a 5-year implementation plan that clearly sets out how we intend to track progress towards the G4J. But I think there are two clear things. One, we have very clear quantifiable goals. These goals are on an impact level and not necessarily on a project level. So what we are trying to do across all of the departments is also aggregate what the collective impact is going to be of G4J. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we do track the progress of projects, but we do so on a milestone level, not necessarily on a performance targets level. So we're not necessarily going to add up, these are the number of businesses we supported in this particular quarter, because often it's an aggregate and of what each of the projects are doing. So can I use an example? One of our flagship projects is the visa regime change, right? So the visas at the moment systemically is impacting not only on tourism, but also on the investment and also on the tech and innovation space, because we're not able to bring in the tech skills nor tech entrepreneurs and remote workers. We aren't able to bring in tourists from Nigeria, from China and from India, and that impacts negatively on a range of sectors. And then there's also issues around clarity on the investment that's coming in. So businesses come in, they want to invest, and they struggle to actually get a visa. We did an assessment of the impact that actually is having and made recommendations, which we submitted then to National, and more specifically shared the research that we did with Operation Bludendlela. They incorporated the inputs that we provided into the approach. And I'm not saying that the Western Cape can solely claim the changes that were made, but I think hopefully our voice strengthened the case that National then made in terms of making visas to China and India more accessible. So now if you're an accredited travel agent in those two countries, you are able to fast track visas of visitors coming in from those countries. Now, that is just a very recent development. Our conversations with the tourism businesses alone have indicated that they've seen a massive surge of visitors from those two countries. And what we will be doing is tracking the impact that that will have on jobs as well as on GDP growth, as our visa study had shown. It was quite conservative in terms of the positive impact it would have on our economy, but we will be tracking that in going forward. Now, that basically means that you can't quite put a quarterly target on that in terms of how much jobs did this visa thing, this visa study resulted in. But we can share for example, in this particular case, we can share the results of that, and so that you can see that ultimately it has to contribute overall to the 1 trillion rand target that we had. So that's with regards to the quarterly and the annual targets. We are aggregating, we are tracking them, but it doesn't necessarily show up in the annual or quarterly reports that's part of the department, in part because it's across the G4J departments in the province. So that's the one issue around why we don't have quarterly targets. I think also, and I think the standing committee also made mention, we're trying to shift away from just a summation of like, this is the number of jobs that we've created, in part because we also want to look at the quality of those jobs as opposed to just the quantity of jobs. And hopefully the systemic approach that we've taken in the G4J contributes towards both the quantity as well as the quality of those jobs, making sure that they're sustainable. As opposed to just shortish-term employment creation that we have supported. The second issue, which is the modalities. The modalities is a fairly broad term, so it involves, for example, when we have helped reshape the curriculum of the TVET colleges, we've supported that. And that enables employees or the learners to be a bit more employable, and allows them to actually more easily take up jobs because the curriculum now is responsive to the needs of the employers or that particular sector. That is what we mean by modalities. And what we can do is provide additional information. Rashid may also want to add a bit to that, but we can certainly send a report with respect to those modalities that have been listed in the 6 modalities that have been listed in the report. The issue around the overachievement, so this has always been a bit of a conundrum with the department, is that we can only target for the budget that we have available. And what often happens in the training space is that we then manage to maybe get additional funding from other sources like the Jobs Fund or the Yes Fund, which means that then we overachieve because we've gotten this external funding coming in, which is why there's always a bit of a disconnect between the targeted, which is what we have budget for, we have certainty around, versus additional funding that may come through during the financial year that we are in. And then the number of businesses is from the same pool. So while we are supporting people that are unemployed, we are also simultaneously those businesses that absorb the labor, the placements are also assisted because then they have access to employers or workers that they then keep. So the ability to attract talent through this initiative and then retain that talent means it's a benefit to them as well. They contribute also to the training and experiential learning of those workers, but they also benefit in that they then have talent that they're assured of. So that's my response with that. I don't know if Ilse, with respect to and then I'm going to ask John, can add some more details towards the connection with the City of Cape Town. There is a close working relationship with them, but I'll ask John Peters to perhaps add, and then certainly Ilse with regards to sharing details about the district awareness and the free trade agreement, Africa's free trade continental agreement. And then Rashid, you may want to add a little bit more with respect to the modalities, if you want to supplement. I think what we need to do is a written report on the modalities listed in program 7. Thank you. John?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll start with a relationship with CEDA and the City of Cape Town. I think first of all, we've got very much a structured relationship at the front with regard to those two organizations. We have established over the past 4 years what is called an SMME forum. So on a quarterly basis and on an annual basis, we meet with CEDA and then also with the City of Cape Town. In addition to those two members, we also have the DFIs, NEF, IDC, NYDA, and then also business partners as a sort of quasi-government organization. And on those platforms, we share information with regard to new projects. For example, NEF is going to be running out the Spousal Support Program. We're going to be part of that. So on a structured level, that's a relationship that we have with the City of Cape Town and CEDA, not excluding the other DFIs or other organizations that are supportive of small business. That's the one part. And then on an almost project basis, where we find we have the need to work together, we will actually do so. And that is not confined, obviously, to enterprise development, also goes into the area of red tape reduction. And in the red tape reduction presentation, you're going to actually see how that is going to be elucidated. You'll get more idea of how we work with the City of Cape Town, how much we not only support them, but also learn from him to roll out into the other municipalities. So bottom line is we've got the structured relationship with them, and then also we come a long way with them. The personalities, we know each other, and then when it comes to certain projects where we can work together and see the need to work together, we will actually work together with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I see also through you, Chair, Nizam is also here. Perhaps with your permission, Chair, I could ask Nizam also to add to the issue around modalities.
Go ahead, Jody.
Nizam?
Thank you, Joanne. I believe there was 2 questions, one around the modalities and then the number of companies that we supported. So firstly, I'll do the companies supported quickly. So we reported on 54 companies supported. Of this 54, there's 26, which was host companies, where we support them as host companies. And I think it was 28 companies where we have a lead agreement. So the lead agreement is we don't support those companies directly. Those are companies where the learner would be directly employed by, but this is the company that funds the skills component. So that deals with that 54 companies, but like I said, only 26 of them are host companies where the companies benefit from the host. Now, with respect to the modalities, yes, we've got several modalities. One is we've got the AutoCAD micro certification, and that was developed in collaboration with both basic education. And it includes some graphic design that goes with this AutoCAD micro accreditation. There we leverage 1.2 million rand from one of the seaters in the support of developing that particular qualification. Then with respect to, and then we also had, I just want to take one step back, sorry. We also extended that modality. So it's not only the modality that we focus on the development of the modality, but when we reviewed some of the qualifications that we developed in previous years, the problem was we developed these qualifications, but there's no uptake of those qualifications at the colleges, whether it's private colleges or public colleges. So now what we also do is we do the development of the qualification, or in cases where a new qualification has been developed, we will also then count the support and increase of uptake of those qualifications. So like I mentioned, it's an AutoCAD qualification. And then we had the regional skills development out in Bergrivier. There was the rollout of that youth center, and there was a basket of qualifications associated with that. And that was the first post institution established in the history of Piketberg, which we really proud of, because very often we've been strongly urged to do more rurally. And then we had a German-funded placement. We have senior experts from Germany at the TVET colleges. Again, we identify a basket of these modalities that require support, in which case we now have German-funded senior experts in support of to run those qualifications, those new modalities out. Then we had a mixed seater and a West Coast College. That is a 4IR skills that we developed in the West Coast. And then we also have, and there we had the new QCTO qualifications that was developed in collaboration with the CETA, and that was a digital skills training that was rolled out. And then there was other qualifications that we supported, new modalities that we rolled out, including in aspects of the BPO space. We have different verticals. So within the BPO, you have a tech vertical, a utilities vertical, and several verticals. And those new qualifications that the support they are will run in collaboration with the Department of Basic Education. Thanks, Joe. I hope that answered those two questions.
Thank you. HOD, we still have got one or two questions.
Yes, I think it's of the Ilse. If she could please respond to those two questions about the district and then also the free trade agreement. And thereafter, it will be Atlantis SEZ, if you don't, through you, Chair.
Thank you, HD. Thank you, Chair. So just in terms of our export roadshow, this will be our third year, but we target different municipalities to get the word out and make sure that we get different people. We've literally had people coming from a different district just to attend it, especially when we had it in Beaufort West. So just to give you the list of where we were in this last year. So we were in Caledon, Malmesbury, Cape Town, George, Stellenbosch and Beaufort. And to note, next week, Friday, we're going to be kicking off our first one for this financial year. We will be in Worcester. So that'll be in terms of the Cape Winelands district. And then I've got the rest as well with regards to this financial year. I could also share that with you, Chair, just for your noting, and as well as it would be lovely if you would like to pop into any of them or any of the committee members. So it's a blend. We're targeting to get more exposure to businesses in terms of those who are looking or they're interested in terms of export. So we've seen the maturity in terms of the space. Like I always say, the first year when we did it, exports was not on the municipal agenda at all. We've seen it shift in terms of their maturity, the questions they ask, etc. We started getting a bit more mature exporters attending some of them, especially in the city of Cape Town, where we were delving in terms of trade agreements, other opportunities like AFCFTA, and they were looking at very much in terms of Southern Africa under SACUM. They were questioning in terms of how do they access those markets, or when we're seeing exporters, they're no longer startups, but they're a bit more mature. They will then look at in terms of how do I expand in terms of market opportunities. So there we've seen some exporters. Usually the startups are they're in the exploratory phase. They're looking at how do I become an exporter. When they are export ready, that's usually when we also, and Westcroft partners with us in this, we will then look at in terms of the appropriate trade shows. But AFCFTA there is opportunities, but it depends which market. And like I said, mostly in terms of the Southern Africa, that's sort of where the region where they're looking at in terms of it's still that the distance isn't too far, as well as the logistic cost. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the hand of Honorable Brengges. Honorable Brengges, will recognize you just now. I know the open invitation is put out there that you can come to Worcester I know you wanted to be there, so you have got the invitation from Niels that you can come to Worcester. HOD, there was one question around Atlantis, and then members will want to have a second bite as well. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Chair. Matt?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, HOD, honourable members. So just a quick recap in terms of how we work with investors. So when we engage with an investor and they're interested in coming into the zone, they need to fill in an application form, which is a business case and a range of other information that we require for our due diligence and so forth. That gets assessed by the board's investment committee. If that investment committee approves the investor, we then will sign a site reservation agreement with them. What that does is that it allocates a site for the investor for a fixed period, not longer than 6 months. That gives them time to conduct various due diligence or additional feasibilities, like, for example, a rezoning application, a environmental impact assessment, possibly some funding, additional funding. Once that's completed, we will do a draft lease agreement with them. And we will use that to submit the application for their top structure funding to the DTIC. Once the DTIC approves the funding, we will then finalize the lease. But we can't finalize the lease until the funding has been approved, because that will dictate how the lease is structured, whether the funding comes from the DTIC, how much they provide, if there are any conditions, and so forth. So we can only do a draft lease until such time as we know exactly what the funding is from the DTIC or from other parties. So what we have, for example, Chair, is in the Zone 1 of the SEZ, which is what we showed you and what we were referring to, is that we have site reservation agreements or commitments for all the sites on Zone 1. But we're unable to proceed to finalizing lease agreements because we're still awaiting confirmation of funding from the DTIC. And I think that's the situation that we find ourselves in. And I trust that answers the question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cullinan. Answered. Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there follow-up questions? I see the hand of Honourable Ngondlo and Honourable Brinkes. Honourable Brinkes, you are first.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm covered with that invitation for the expo in Worcester. Thank you very much. I'm covered, Chair.
Noted, Honourable Brinkes. Honourable Ngondlo, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, Chair, maybe the HOD must tell us when are they gonna come back to the committee to present this tracking tool that she referred to. Maybe we'll ventilate this conversation there so that we don't derail this quarterly performance report. Because, Chair, I'm still battling to understand and be convinced of a response that says we're sitting with a strategy with very clear quantitative targets set by the provincial government, not any high generalized impact, but very clear, quantitatively declared in terms of a trillion economy, rand economy, in terms of a specified number of jobs. And therefore, it just does not make sense to me to say, because those particular targets, you argue that those targets, you know, because they could actually be delivered through a number of other departments, but also they are high-end impact as a department that is a contributor into that very ecosystem. You are unable to say in your own level with the inputs that you are making, you know, both in terms of budget, resources, the projects that you are undertaking, what exactly is your percentage contribution for this particular, whether it's not per quarter, it's maybe it can be done half yearly, you know, towards that, or annually. So for me, it really does not make sense, Chair. Because when all is said and done, it is the very provincial government who's going to come back to us in annual reports. We will be told that, you know, the work that we have done, you know, has contributed to this number of jobs. Where is that coming from? If you would be sitting in this meeting in the quarterly assessment telling us that no, such cannot be drawn at this point. So I'm really battling with this response by the HOD, and I'm hoping that what she had said, that that tracking tool, we must come back to this particular conversation, because when all is said and done, the growth for jobs is a specific response to a specified problem, which has got data from a province. Nationally, we know what is the number of people that are unemployed. We know direct and indirect jobs as a contribution of the work that we are doing. So it cannot be that the Department of Economic Development sits here and tells us that no, we cannot actually quantify, you know, or set targets for ourselves of what would be our target contribution of jobs through the G4J. For me, that does not make sense. So I think this is a conversation that, for me, I'm saying without belaboring, because there are still many other presentations to come here, that maybe we may need to take this conversation somewhere else or in another meeting. I wanted, Chair, and I'm hoping the colleagues from the skills can actually put together the response that they were giving in paper. One, I'm trying to understand what exactly is the concept of modalities, and, you know, in its contribution, I hear, you know, modality on this sector, modality on that sector, and I'm even grappling to understand, you know, what exactly is it being spoken about, and its contribution to the very skills development concept of the department. And also, I would have wanted to understand that in the two, in skills program, you know, what is the relationship between the placement and what is said is given as support to these particular businesses, you know, and what exactly is the support that is being referred to, so that we understand in specified terms what exactly is the support. And are the numbers that are counted as an example in the placement numbers, the more than 2,000 placement, are those are some of the numbers that are counted in the business, you know, also counted in the other reporting, you know, of, I think it's 7.2.1, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm trying to understand that, so that I can make sense of these numbers. That is why I'm asking if they can write it down, perhaps, and explain it much more simpler. You know, it's going to make sense to me. And if I can, Chair, can I just on Atlantis SEZ just ask two questions? One is on the this issue of the listing. I remember during the visit we spoke about, you know, this process and the pipeline in the SEZ. When I look, I'm not sure what is the number of this slide in my computer. It's on slide 6 under program 2, business development. In the investment project, it says from quarter 1 we had 0. Until now, quarter 4, we had 2 investor declarations. And these investor declarations, when you look at them, I'm not sure whether it's exactly the same projects in terms of the investor pipeline, which is sitting, according to this, it says 3 new investors entered in into the pipeline by Q4. And we see here Q1 right up to Q4, we've got 1 per quarter. So does it mean that these arguably, as it is said here, you would have had 4 investors that are still in the pipeline, or they've been now translated into the actual leases? And I'm asking this, Chair, because when you actually look at the tenant list, it says only 2. So if maybe the CEO can just explain that particular process, whether are we talking about, tenants who are coming from that investment project committed right up to the lease that we are sitting with 4, but where we are now is only 2 in terms of this current report that have been signed off, if I'm making sense. And then the last one, in as far as this is concerned, Chair, is that I see in the project funding, which is I think on CISO, I see that again here in the project funding, they are indicating that at this point, DTI is still assessing the 2 applications. So my question is, on these 2 applications, are these applications that have been submitted to DTIC in Q4, or we are talking about applications that would have been ready in Q1 or 2, or even Q3, but they are awaiting, they have been submitted, they are awaiting approval from DTIC. So if I can just get some sense about that, and whether are these the projects that now, have been approved, and therefore, the top structure needs to be put for the 2 projects as they are explained in that table on the right in this slide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo. So, HOD, just from my side, maybe a statement, but also a question regarding, the last when we had APP adjustment budget. We spoke about your cost of employment being extremely low as compared to other departments, and we touched on the capacity that you have in delivering your mandate, whether the capacity is that enough. Just maybe to understand if there are some work going on there to address that. The follow-up on obviously the export report, I must say thank you very much, export awareness. Can we get just something in writing in that regard with that particular response? Yeah, I think that's from my side, but over to you to answer some of the questions that were posed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Honourable Member. I think with the data, the response, what I tried to show at the beginning was how G4J is embedded in both the 5-year and the APP of the department. And so it's all aligned. It's a stretch target. It's a 2035 target. We want to make sure we make progress on it. And so the 2030 year target, so it's on an outcome level, essentially tracks progress towards 2035. And so I was trying to show that it's not a separate thing. It is aligned, but it is an outcome. And outcomes usually are not done quickly. It's a process. What we are doing as well is to supplement the APP and the normal tracking of our outcomes. We are developing an impact pulse, which looks at key performance indicators that contribute towards that, or are signals that we're making progress towards that. So the jobs obviously would be the common thing, but also you have things like building plans, infrastructure developments, investments that have come through, progress we make with specific exports, etc., etc. So we will be tracking that, and that's what we said we'd share. But what I was trying to show is that actually everything that we do around G4J is embedded in the department's APP and the 5-year. We are able to share, once it's gone through its own governance processes, the implementation plan, so it's very clear what we are trying to do and how we intend to track the performance of that. Which as I say, is we have a system so that we know that we are able to monitor it. But I just want to say that the G4J does not only reside in our department. We're basically responsible for just under 50% of its deliverables and its interventions. But for example, we are wholly dependent on infrastructure or on water, which does not necessarily reside within the department. So there's a whole thing about how we support each other to make sure that we achieve the G4J priority focus area goals. But we can share that, Chair, through you, Chair, with the standing committee once it's gone through its approval processes within the Western Cape government. And then we are also happy to have another engagement where we can get our research team to show how we've used evidence to make sure that we are on track and that we have evidence to show whether we are making progress towards it. So that's the first thing. And then perhaps I'm going to ask if Nizam, Chair, through you, Chair, could you please guide? It was suggested that we provide a report on the issue around modalities and then also the distinction between the relationship between the number of businesses get supported and the skills that they are trying to support. Would you like a written report, or shall I ask Nizam to provide a response?
I think the honourable member or Honourable Gondlo did ask that she gets something in writing. Honourable Gondlo, are we fine to get something in writing in that regard?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we covered. Are we covered with Atlantis ACZ? No, not.
I think Member Nkloko asked for explanation, but perhaps while I still have the floor, if you may, the issue around the capacity, you asked for a bit of a report back, so we are hopefully in the process of finalizing organogram, a revised organogram, and I expect that it should be routed for the necessary approvals through the system quite shortly. But there was quite a process where we were looking to increase the capacity. We understand that in a very fiscally constrained environment, we have to be realistic, but equally, the G4J is quite audacious. I mean, we're talking about tripling exports, and we can't do it with the current capacity that we have. So what we have tried as much as possible to do is also to allow pathways for particularly young people to come through, because at the moment the department is quite, I think that they called it a diamond shape. So we have middle managers, but very little people almost on the lower levels. And we wanted to provide inputs or pathways, I think, for young talent to come into the department. At the moment, it doesn't allow it because you almost have to have 3-4 years experience in order just to enter in as a professional into the department, and we wanted to change that. So it will increase our capacity, but also provide additional opportunities for graduates and talented youths. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody?
I think it was Matt that needed to respond, Chair, to the Atlantis SCA question about the declarations.
Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Member Nkondlo. So the difference between the pipeline and the declaration. So the pipeline will represent people that we've engaged and interacted with. So people who we've had a meeting with, who have expressed an interest in pursuing an investment in the SEZ. We would have sent them information. They might have come to the SEZ, done a site visit, and indicated their interest to proceed further. We will then send them an application form and a brochure and so forth. And at that point, they enter our pipeline. And the pipeline is done in sort of 3 categories. The most sort of coldest category is the one where they've indicated an interest, but after a couple of months we hear nothing, and so they kind of go down the list. The sort of more active one is where they've indicated an interest, there's been some follow-up, and it looks like they're maintaining interest and developing an application. And then the sort of short list is the one where we've actually received an application, they've been processed, and we're working with them towards final resolution and landing. So the declarations then typically happen with the most active investors. So in the case of MMIH and AirTech, they are the ones that we've worked with most recently in Q4 to submit the application to the DTIC. And at that point, we asked them to make a declaration. And that's a kind of formal process that's quite common in sort of pursuing investments and recording investment commitments in any location. And that gets recorded, and we have a letter on their letterhead stating how much they will be investing, how many jobs they expect to create, and so forth. And that's the declaration, and that's done as we submit their application to the DTIC, or at the point where we're securing money for their factory. We have much more than 2 applications sitting with the DTIC. We have approximately 1.3 billion rands worth of applications sitting with the DTIC. It's about 6 different projects. We have another 700 million, which we will be submitting over the next month or so. So it will be around 2 billion rands worth of project funding that we will have with them. The latest 2 in the last quarter was MMIH and AirTech, but we have applications with the DTIC SEZ fund going back to May last year. So we submit as people are ready, as they've got all their stuff together, we submit, and then we're waiting there. So the reality is that that's not going to get funded. There isn't the money in the SEZ fund. They were only allocated, if the budget gets approved, 926 million rand for this financial year for 14 SEZs. Our applications are around 2 billion just for what we have or will be. So realistically, we have to find other sources, and we've been actively pursuing that now. That wasn't your question, I know, but just to put some context on that. So with the CISO project, and I think that also answers the question around the funding applications submitted, MMIH and AirTech were the latest 2 funding applications submitted in Q4. Thank you, Chair. I trust that answers the question of Honourable Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Mr. Cullinan and HOD. On the answers. Honourable members, I take it that we can proceed with the next 2 presentations. HOD, over to you with the presentation from the remaining 2 entities.
Thank you very much, Chair. First up, Renal, CEO of Wesgro, will present Wesgro's results in the Q4. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members. I'm just waiting for Khadija to put our slide deck up. We submitted quite a detailed slide deck, but I'm not going to go through all of the slides, but I'm sure that questions will come from the slides. What I'd like to do is just talk to some of the key elements. On the first slide, I want to just confirm that Wesgro is part of the broader economic leadership team in the province. We're proudly South African, but our mandate, of course, is to promote the Western Cape. We're responsible for making sure that Cape Town and the Western Cape are positioned to compete in a cutthroat global economy. And the HOD has been talking quite a bit about the changing global economy and all of the geopolitical events that are taking place. In a nutshell, I like to describe us as taking Cape Town and the Western Cape to the world and bringing the world to Cape Town and the Western Cape. The next slide just talks to our 5-year strategic direction, which is FY26 to FY30. And for this 5 years, we do also want to, support I suppose the underpinning philosophy of G4J, which is to ensure inclusive economic growth. And there's been a real emphasis on trying to see how we can do that a lot better. On the next slide, I just wanted to talk to for the 5 years. And these are the Westgrow objectives which are aligned to G4J. Over the 5 years, we're wanting to reach 120 million audience. We're wanting to attract 30 billion new investment into the Western Cape. We want to achieve 9.1 billion new export declarations. We want to attract 800,000 to 1 million new international tourist arrivals. And obviously that will depend on business events, ship calls, air routes, marketing campaigns, and of course the number of tourism trade that we're able to engage with. So I think that just gives a quick sense of, over the next 5-year period, what Westgrow's contribution will be to G4J. On the next slide, I just want to switch back to FY25, which is what the conversation is about this afternoon. Over the year under review, because obviously Q4, we felt that it was important to maybe share the full year. We've conducted 75 outward missions, 58 inward delegations, and over the year we've engaged with 48 countries. And you will see that the funny color khaki green is accounts for FY25. And the committee will see that there has been, even though we still focus on our more established markets, we have also shifted to China, India, South America, and the East, because of course that is where the longer term growth is likely to come from. On the next slide, this just talks to the return on investment. So over the financial year, we invested 152.5 million. And for that, we've delivered 14.5 Westgrow facilitated investments. 14.5 is not the total number for the province. We also collect that, but this is Westgrow facilitated. We also have achieved 5.4 billion of export declarations achieved. We have worked with the Department of Education in the province to deliver on declarations for 4 new school builds, and also attracted 46.5 million in CSI into education projects in the province. We've attracted 36 new conference bids, and that is obviously over the next 3 years, with an estimated direct economic impact of 745.2 million. There are some results which are going to be announced shortly. It's an international result which will show that, in fact, Cape Town has moved much higher up the business events, the global ladder. And we've also seen quite a number of events also taking place outside of Cape Town, which we really are quite proud of. That is still embargoed, so I can't give the detail around that. It should be coming out shortly. We've also achieved a 31.9 million audience reach, and this is really to ensure that Cape Town and the Western Cape are top of mind for tourists, investors, and exporters. In the cruise space, we expecting for the cruise season, which is now much longer than previously. Previously, it ended in April. Now it's extended into June, which is also great. You know, we should just acknowledge that part of the reason that we're seeing 86 ship calls this year is because of the, you know, the Red Sea geopolitical uncertainty, and just to give the members an indication of the kind of impact. So for 23-24, where we had a much lower number of ship calls, the impact on the economy was 1.32 billion. Once we have done the assessment, we will come back to the committee to just give an indication of what the impact has been for the last financial year. With the Cape Trade Portal, we've done quite a bit of work to do more, do more work with less money. The Cape Trade Portal is one of those opportunities where we've digitized the Westkrow value proposition. And here we've invested in something called the Cape Trade Portal, which connects international buyers with Western Cape exporters. You will see that 2,065 exporters are represented on the business, 611 international buyers, and of course, just over 8,000 products and services. Over the period under review, we also attracted one new airline, which was Norse Airlines. We added 3 additional routes, which was Windhoek, Gaborone, and St. Helena. And over the period under review, we saw a 6% increase in seat capacity, which means that there were 6% more seats in the market over the summer season, IATA winter season. And then, you know, despite our very limited budgets, we have also achieved quite a number of international awards, often competing with other big corporates with very big budgets. The extent, you know, I suppose the one-liner on the slide is that we have achieved significant return on investment, you know, for the funds that have been awarded to Westkrow. On the next slide goes into a little bit more detail around the performance and the APP indicators. I'm not going to go through them, you know, step by step, except to say that we've achieved all of our targets, except for one, which is the number of investment projects. We were meant to deliver 18, we delivered 14. Notwithstanding, we managed to exceed the Rand value target. So we are fairly comfortable with that. On the next few slides, which I'm not going to go through in any detail, I just wanted to really amplify one slide. And I think largely because the committee, you know, asked about this. And I think Ilse has already responded to it. But the Export Advancement Program, which is an advancement program where we work with less established exporters, together with other stakeholders, including DDAT, we have trained 206 Western Cape businesses across all the districts. Of those, 39 participated in 3 trade missions. And we've certainly seen that there has been 88 million achieved in trade declarations. I also wanted to draw the committee's attention to the fact that, maybe to the country slides, to the fact that for the last 18 months or so, we have been focusing on diversifying you know, our markets. And I think this is within the context of G4J, which requires a much higher trade targets and investment targets. And we've responded to this by, you know, building networks and relationships, because these are not regions where we've got established networks and relationships. So a lot of work is going into building this. This slide shows what we did in the previous financial year and what we're planning to do in this financial year. And the next slide really just looks at China, India, and the Middle East. So I'm going to leave it there and I'll take any questions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, HOD.
HOD, over to you. Thank you, CO. HOD, we still have got another presentation.
We do, Chair. So I'm going to ask Nola to please present. He's the interim CEO of Freeport Saldanha. Nola.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Chair and honourable members, honourable Chair, honourable members. I am sitting in the same room with the executive team of Freeport Saldanha. So we're using one laptop. So I'm going to share our presentation. Okay. The Chair, can I please confirm that it's visible?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. So the presentation is really about 4 or 5 slides highlighting performance during non-financial targets performance in the quarter Q4, and just a summary of observations from that, and then we'll stick the guidance of the committee. I think the starting point is just to show this graphic representing the recovery plan and what it is that we are seized with as Freeport Saldanha. We're doing principally 2 things. The most primary target for us as an institution is to get operational investors on our zone. That's what we do every day now, is focusing on accelerating the conversion of pipeline investments into investments, real investments on the ground. And also negotiating more sustainable commercial arrangements for the relationships we have with TNPA as with other investors that are in the pipeline with advanced projects. So 60–70% of our time is in that space of investments, making sure that there are operational investors in the zone. But we must also build the institution and make it stronger and sustainable so that it is able to implement its mandate. And that requires that we look at issues of governance and as well as issues of organizational development and the long-term financial sustainability of the organization. That sustainability is also predicated on our success with the column on investments. So the more success we have with converting the opportunities we have for investors, because the asset is built and of a high quality, and there is a strong value proposition why people should locate in the zone. If we fix that and give attention to the other institutional health issues, then the Freeport Saldanha will become this premier industrial location on the West Coast that we seek it to be. So I thought, let me mention that in context as I go through Q4 performance. I will take the document as read and will not go in detail with each of the items, except to point out that the actual annual performance on these indicators is below target, principally because when the targets were set and modeled, the schedule for some of the projects that have an impact on the realization of those targets has not been realized or slightly delayed. And those 2 principal projects was the building of the multi-user facility SZ6, which is now in construction, which commenced in March of this year and is expected to be completed in October. But that should have started perhaps in November last year. So there was a slight delay there. Then a major impact, well, a much more significant impact than what I've just described, is the impact of also the delay in the implementation of the Cape Oceans Terminal bulk fuel storage project, which has not reached financial close, which means the funds that would have been deployed, which would have led to the impact statistics that you see here being met, were not deployed. We are now seized with making sure that they reach financial close and that the funds can be deployed, and that this will materialize. These targets will be met. And again, I can speak to some detail there, but in essence, because of those two, the annual targets were in this slide. And then when you look at other indicators in respect of the unqualified audit, that has been achieved, and a variety of other targets have been achieved of metrics that measure, our partnerships, the implementation of our tenant agreement, lease agreements, our stakeholder engagement, our communication plans, and supporting growth of growth opportunities within the zone. All of those targets have been met. If the target wasn't met in Q4 specifically, it already had been met as an annual target. If I move on to the next slide, targets related to improved access to economic opportunities, and the occupation rentals or the space occupied have been met. In terms of the lease agreements, the target was not met because of trading conditions, but I will speak to the smartness of these targets looking forward, which we obviously can't change as we engage now. And then in terms of turnaround times in respect of building plans, what has been tracked, that has been in partnership with the Saldanha Bay municipality, that's been overachieved. And in terms of market intelligence reports produced, has been achieved, as well as other and standard protocols, implementation of certain operating protocols. In respect of the number of contract and professionals panels maintained, that has fallen short, but because there were no sufficient projects to require that number of panels to be in place. But now that things are moving, that will be re-advertised in the new financial year. So in closing, Chair, what I would like just to emphasize is a couple of things. Is really what is required in Saldanha is converting opportunities into operational investments. That's what we see at the moment. And when we have an opportunity to report on Q1, 25-26, we will be able to show how there's been that improvement in relation to this Q4 performance that I'm reporting now, especially in terms of ready to occupy buildings that we are in the process of concluding leases for as we speak. we're also looking to make sure that, when the opportunity arises to redesign the measures that we track of performance, they are more aligned to what I just described in my introduction. Fundamentally about getting operational investments on the ground, the number of investments, the value of investments, the commercial sustainability of those investments, and the ability to advance high impact projects through the development cycle and getting construction to commence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting CEO and Westgrow. I do see a hand of Honorable Bryant. Are there other hands? Are there other hands? There's 2 hands. In that order, honorable members, Honorable Bryant and Honorable Gondlo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for those presentations. The first presentation, Mastanda from Westgrow. First question, just in terms of the school builds and the school build investments that were mentioned, can I just ask Mastanda to expand a little bit on Westgrow's role in terms of that and what Westgrow does in terms of the facilitation of that? I mean, is that international partners who have invested in school build, and how does that go about in terms of the working relationship with the education department? The second one is probably more of a general question, but in terms of all of those KPIs, I mean, there's a lot of very good information that's coming through there. It's fantastic to see all of the investment and the growth. I just want to know a little bit more as to how Westgrow manages some of those key indicators, in particular, things like ships that are arriving and investments that have been made. I suppose one can attribute the influence of Westgrow to many of those successes. But is there a sort of a matrix that one uses at Westgrow to measure the involvement of Westgrow as an entity within each of those successes? Just so one can measure, how much of an influence Westgrow has had on X and maybe on Y, a sort of a knock-on impact in terms of something else that's taken place. Second set of questions is in terms of Mr. Sitole's presentation in terms of Freeport Sodana. I think it was slide 4 or slide 5 where it was mentioned around some of those key performance indicators, and I think it was a target of 700 businesses or operations that have been supported. And it had 2 of the quarterly targets, and to say that those, had not been reached, but it was mentioned that had been, those targets had been achieved. If one looks at those 2 quarters, it doesn't appear that that KPI is on track to reach 700. So if you can just maybe expand a bit on that, because maybe I'm just not understanding that in terms of being on track to meet that annual target. And then again, a more general question. I mean, clearly the biggest challenge here, and it was something we identified during that oversight visit as well, is the lack of ability of the entity to attract investment. And I just want to know from the acting CEO, what is being identified as the key stumbling blocks in terms of attracting investment? Because, I think there's a heck of a lot of money that's going into this project over many years, and has been going in over many years of money of a lot of it is money from the residents and the businesses of Cape Town and the Western Cape. What are the key stumbling blocks? Why is the entity not meaningfully being able to attract that investment and secure the investment in order to carry out the infrastructural work and developments that are needed? Because I really think that is kind of the most pressing issue, but it just doesn't seem to be getting over the line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Bryant. Honourable Gondlo, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the CEO for her presentation and appreciating the work and the progress that Westgrow is always showing in terms of its work. Chair, I know the CEO could not present all the slides in terms of the time that we've given. I want to understand something that perhaps, CEO, you may not have spoken to, is the level of investor preparedness, particularly that we've always spoken about of municipalities. I know you at Westgrow engages these municipalities in as far as, you know, the workshops, I think, that you have spoken about. My interest is in this particular quarter, has there been any of those engagements still continuing, and practical investment projects of municipalities that Westgrow would have supported municipalities to take those particular projects, you know, into the investor markets to a point of actually, you know, signing on the dotted line? Are we seeing that level of development in as far as that work is concerned? That's my first question. And my second one is that because when one looks at your work, it's predominantly, you know, engaging investor markets and especially at an international level. If one were to then ask, you know, percentage-wise, you know, and in contrast, is there any particular tourism and promotion work that is done domestically, you know, across provinces, but also, you know, within the free trade zones in the continent? And I'm raising this because South Africa has been from one point to the other, and I'm not asking only for this quarter, perhaps in this quarter, but something to think about. Is there something work that is being done, you know, because South Africa has been signatory, including President chairing, you know, from SADC to the Africa trade agreement. Are we seeing that, especially given the current global economic conditions, you know, that may not necessarily give guarantees, you know, to the traditional markets that South Africa, including Western Cape, has been partnering with, which I want also appreciate the work that Westgrow has been doing in actually going into other, you know, uncharted markets for the businesses in the province. So I just want to sort of understand that. And then moving Chair, from Westgrow to Saldanha, Freeport, IDZ. Chair, I'm not sure whether could we say we are starting to having to focus, I think, on the Freeport Saldanha IDZ, given some of the challenges. And I take this also with what the CEO of Atlantis was raising, that if we consider the current fiscal environment that we're sitting in, with what has been also allocated to the SEZ fund, surely I think as a committee, I think this is a conversation even just beyond the Freeport Saldanha, just on the concept of SEZ that we would need to be looking at as the committee. But I'm interested to understand from the acting CEO that if we consider outcome indicator number one, where I think the delays in the commencement of construction in Facility 6 has actually had a ripple effect on all the other output indicators. For me, I would just want the acting CEO perhaps to just give us more details of what exactly have been the problems in this situation, and what exactly is being done, which possibly we should see when we have when the entity comes to present Q1 to us of whether this situation or scenario would have actually changed, because as it indicates now, there's been delays in terms of jobs, there's been delays also, in terms of the value of infrastructure that would have actually been realized. So if maybe you can just give a sense about some of the challenges, in that regard. And then on the next slide, under output number 9, if you can just explain to me, because I'm not sure what's the difference between output number 9 and output number 10, because in number 9, it says number of businesses supported through the economic interventions. The annual target was 700, with the Q4 being 175, and we've underachieved. You only achieved 73 there. What happened there? Why with this particular target not achieved? And what is its relationship to number 10 of people improved access to economic opportunities and employability, which was overachieved? If you can just explain such to us, Chair. And then also, Chair, for me, in number 16, the output in number 16, when it says there were insufficient projects to realize, the number of contractors and professional panels maintained, can you then maybe share with us in terms of, I'm not sure whether there was specific number of contractors that would have predicted or determined for them to be contracted for this year, or a specific panel, and in that particular panel, how many businesses would have been in part or signed as part of that particular panel? And to date, as you conclude, as you are going to re-advertise, out of the ones that were there, how many did actually get work from the Freeport SEZ, and actually out of them, what is the value of that work? Because as you indicate now that you are going to advertise, my assumption is that whoever that would not have received any job would then have to apply for the new process that you are going to start in the new financial year. So if you can just give me some indication of the process in this particular financial year, of the number of those contractors that were in the panel. If you can't, you can always send a written so that one gets a more clarity, about, those that participated in the panel, those that got the jobs, who are those, what amount of jobs did they get, who are those who didn't get any of the jobs or projects, from yourselves. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gondlo. I see Honorable Constable has ultimately joined us. Welcome, Honorable Constable. I see you raised your hand. Is it for question?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. My question is to Freeport Saldanha. I'm a bit confused on number 7. They're talking about a number of partnerships agreements established. Can they please explain to me that kind of agreements and what impact does it have with regards to the SEZ, as well as number 3, number of institutional agreements reviewed? What does it mean? And they said target achieved. What is the targets that they're looking at, and what impact does it make on the program or on the projects with regards to that? Then I'm covered by Member Nkondlo with regard to the number of businesses supported through economic intervention. I don't understand, and they're giving us numbers, they're giving us the target is achieved, but what does it really mean? I mean, we visited this site, and when we got there, there was a lot of problems, a lot of information not there. And one need to understand going forward what are they going to do to just make sure that this thing is really working for the residents of Saldanha and also the residents of the Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable members, I've got a question to the Wesgro CO and obviously to Saldanha SEZ. To the CO and HOD, with regards to the air traffic navigation system, I just want to hear if CO can really maybe provide us with update as to how we're doing in this province in particular. We had problems in George. We invited the ATNS CO to come join us and tell us and help the residents of the Western Cape to understand what the problems are with regards to that. We haven't had any response in that regard, but if you can update us in terms of how our tourists and our travelers, are impacted in that regard. That's the first one. I don't know. Okay. Did we mute it? Okay. The next one, obviously, CO. I do not know. We do see quite a lot of sheep coming around here. Maybe members might want an opportunity to really do welcoming when you do welcome them. If you do, that's from my side to Wesgro. With regards to Saldanha SEZ, I'm just worried with regards to the last part, key considerations. The acting CO indicates that some of the areas that they are looking at improving is B, reflecting on measurable and achievable outcomes in closer adherence to the SMART principles. So obviously, CO, my understanding is that your strategic plan obviously inform your annual plans, and ultimately that's how you set your targets and you come to before the committee really to present that. And you say point C that you want to improve clarity and consistency in reporting and so forth. So my question is the reporting that you have given us not consistent with the previous reporting, and maybe what have you picked up as the problem that you want to address in terms of reporting and ensuring that you've got SMART principles incorporated and obviously providing clarity and consistency. Just the last one, maybe to hear whether there has been a conversation that took place between yourself and Transnet in resolving some of the issues that we found that were making it very difficult for your operations. That's it from my side. HOD, over to you to assist in terms of ensuring that all questions are addressed. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the questions. Danal, I'm going to ask if you can please respond to the questions about particularly the issues around the level of investment preparedness in the municipalities, what we're doing to promote investment in tourism in Africa. And then I think some of the other issues really dealt with the Freeport. Perhaps if you, Renal, could answer, and then possibly I'm going to ask Ilse if she wants to add a bit, because there are also projects and support we're providing, working with Wesgro to the municipalities with respect to tourism and investment. But over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, HOD. I think those were all very, very good questions. So if I could start with the first one, which is on the school builds and the role that Wesgro plays. In 2023, we were approached by the Provincial Department of Education to support the department with attracting private sector companies to invest in Western Cape schools. We set up a team of people to help support the department with that. But to date, we have 4 schools or Spark schools in Blue Downs, Epic School in Stellenbosch, Crystal House Ottery, and Calling Academy Paarl. So those are the 4 schools that we have helped to facilitate and secure investment in the province. We work very, very closely with the provincial minister and the HOD in the Department of Education. We have regular quarterly meetings, and we basically bring the private sector and the department together. We work with the private sector to understand, what's coming up, etc. So there's quite a lot of work that goes into facilitating some of the new work. And we're also working with the City of Cape Town. So, for example, if the school needs land, if there's any red tape that needs to be unblocked, the mayor and the minister intervene quite directly to try and get the red tape unblocked. And these are low fee model schools, and so it's really been quite extraordinary. The kind of momentum that we've managed to build. We also managed to, in the first year, it was obviously a lot of setting up, a lot of research, a lot of, just getting to know the landscape. But certainly now it's much more established and there's quite a lot more going. And the department has now committed to a 3-year funding plan for us to continue to do that work. As it relates to the key indicators and how Wesgro manages it, with respect to the what we call catalytic projects. Catalytic projects are typically projects where we work together with the private sector, and we work across a whole range of stakeholders. So if I take Cape Town Air Access works with the department, works with airports company, works with all of the SA Tourism, so all of the key role players that have got anything to do with attracting direct flights to the Western Cape will be part of the committee. A part of it is funded by the private sector. So we have a private sector fund, which is ring-fenced within the provincial treasury. And that is used to incentivize airlines to come to the province. So the Cape Town Air Access team, about 4 or 5 people, they do extensive research. They are at every single airline aviation show around the world, talking to different airlines all of the time. But very, very importantly, they work with the airlines. So they actually develop the business case with the airlines in order to convince them to come to the Western Cape. Right now, we are busy working with trying to connect the Western Cape directly with China and with India and West Africa. So we've got really, really great connectivity to East Africa, but not sufficient connectivity with West Africa. So those are there are obviously others as well, but those are the key areas where, from a strategic perspective, that is where we would like to get, direct air connectivity. So, so it's very, very hands-on work in the in the business of the airline. So it is the guys that work in Air Access have a very good understanding of airlines and aviation. We have a similar model with Cruise Cape Town. Cruise Cape Town is where we try and attract cruise vessels to the Western Cape. At the Port of Cape Town, the cruise terminal is able to accommodate 300,000 passengers per year. We're on about 150,000 passengers, so there's a lot of capacity for us to, we're able to do a lot. We can double what we're doing now. The challenge, of course, with doubling is that while the terminal can accommodate it, I think it will cause so much congestion and, and all kinds of other things. So there is quite a bit of work, that the team does. They go into market, they work directly with cruise liners to try and convince them, talk about Cape Town, why the cruise line should come to Cape Town. They develop itineraries together with the cruise companies in market. They assist with any removal of red tape that there might be. So, for example, we have we had a continuous challenge with Border Management Authority having the passports. It wasn't an efficient process, so there's been quite a bit of work to try and get that resolved. Just for the interest of members, we have a vessel arriving tomorrow, the Nautica, but more importantly, this vessel arrives from Mossel Bay, and there's been quite a bit of work to also expand the program to include the Port of Cape Town and Mossel Bay and Saldanha. So there's been quite a bit of work to try and also build out the itinerary so that it includes those destinations as well. With respect to investment, trade and tourism activities, fundamentally, we have a number of things that we need to do. So we measure it. We measure the investments through declarations that are signed by the company, and similarly, we work with trade. We measure that by actual declarations signed by the export company, and the declaration obviously talks to the fact that Wesgro has facilitated and supported them to achieve that declaration. The interventions, the work that we do obviously includes campaigns. In the last financial year, we conducted 3 campaigns. So we conducted a Green Economy Hub campaign, which was in German, and obviously in the German market right now, we've got the same campaign, which has been translated into Chinese and it's out in the market. We updated 10 Reasons to Invest campaign. That's also in multiple languages and out in the market. So there's quite a bit of work, obviously, that goes into increasing, the international awareness of Cape Town and the Western Cape globally. In addition to that, there's a lot of work that goes into ensuring ongoing Western Cape business confidence. We host 2 business outlooks every year, and it's attended by CEOs from around the Western Cape, and these business outlooks relate to a particular issue. So we've had something on water, we've had something on logistics, and when we do these provincial events, we invite national government to them. So, for example, in the case of logistics, we had the CEO of Transnet presenting. We had members of the Transnet board. We had directors general of water and sanitation. So we actually work with with national government departments and bring them here to talk to Western Cape businesses. And I think we are always interested in showing Western Cape businesses that there is movement at a national level in relation to some of the issues. We also host regular CEO roundtables at the Premier's residence, and in fact we've got one coming up now on venture capital and startups. We publish op-eds, and all of these are on topical issues, and we've had quite a big uptake on in the business day, in fact, on a whole range of topics. Apart from campaigns, business confidence events, we have a number of out-of delegations. So we select key trade shows or investment shows. The team goes out, and before they go out, they obviously work on identifying the businesses that they're wanting to attract into the Western Cape, etc. And then we also have a number of inward delegations, where delegations come from around the world, and we will leverage. We're quite opportunistic, so we don't sit around and wait. We're very opportunistic. So if we know that there's something happening, we had, for example, there was a big a big space conference in the Western Cape, and we invited all of the delegates to a dinner or a cocktail at the Westcro offices. So we do that quite often. If we know that there's a delegation coming through and that it's important to the Western Cape, we will pull them in. With respect to investor preparedness of municipalities, there's quite a lot of work that goes on in the municipalities, and the teams are there all the time to try and talk to the investors, talk to the municipalities. And in fact, in the last financial year, we had one of the investment declarations is from the Cape Winelands. Another one is in Stellenbosch municipality, and a second one in Cape Winelands, one in the Karoo, a third one in the Cape Winelands. And then we also worked with Sea Harvest and Green Growers Genatendal to try and retain those businesses in those regions. That's obviously in the West Coast and the Overberg. So there's a lot of work that goes into working with municipalities, and in fact, more and more we go in and just share also in relation to the work that we're doing. We have in the investment and tourism space, there's a big focus on Africa. And of course, it's for us, that's an established market, a lot of work happening. I think the big challenge there, of course, is connectivity and the endless, like we always talk about the Mr. Dangote, who, if he wants to travel from one place across Africa, he has to, he needs 30 odd visas. But a French national wanting to travel across Africa can just travel wherever they like. So there's connectivity challenges, there are visa challenges. So there's quite a lot of work that we need to do. We're hosting Africa Day in a week or two's time. And certainly we're going to be talking a lot about some of these challenges. With respect to the domestic market and the international market as relates to tourism, we are very, very focused on both, because the domestic market is what actually keeps us buoyant during the quiet months. So the committee members may be aware that we hosted something called With Love from the Locals, which is a campaign that focuses on the domestic market. So the domestic market is a very, very big market for us. And during 2024, domestic trips contributed 45% of total spend. So, remember in Cornlaw, so the domestic market is big, it's important. And we are very, very focused on also trying to maintain that market. And the teams work quite actively. And again, a lot of this work gets done with DDAT, where the teams go into the regions, work with the regions, make sure that there's readiness, make sure that, all of the colleagues are on top of what tourists are expecting. The two last items are AT&S. So I'm the committee, I think I did mention to the committee that I'm part of the ministerial intervention team looking at AT&S and the performance at AT&S. We had 4 key areas that we've been looking at. The first is to get the number of staff or the training pipeline to be reestablished, to get the people pipeline to be reestablished. We are experiencing really, really good progress in that regard. So we have worked with the ATNS management team to refine a new value proposition to attract air traffic controllers from around the world. We've had 11 of 13 offers accepted. Right now, there's a team that's traveling to Doha, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Melbourne, Sydney, where they're also working with controllers there. So I think very good progress on that first work stream. The second work stream looks at upgrading critical CNS systems. Good progress has been made there in terms of speaking directly to all of the OEMs. In fact, on the 27th of May, the board will be, approving some of the procurement processes so that the work can begin. So there's quite a lot of work happening there. With the flight procedure design, I think there's a lot of work that still has to be done there, but we did manage to avert a crisis on the 7th of April. So we managed to keep all of the key airports open, the network airports, with procedures being suspended at 3 secondary airports, but there's work happening to try and get that going. A lot of focus also on building up the flight procedure design pipeline. So there are 9 people at the moment within ATNS. We are making sure that they get trained so that they can start to take up their positions. And then the last work stream is safety management systems, exceptional progress. So I think overall good progress. And very happy. With George Airport, the problem was the flight procedure design for the ILS, but that is in place, it's operating, so there shouldn't be any problems there at the moment. With respect to the welcome event for crews, we have a welcoming event at the start of every season, and that normally happens in November. We will keep that in mind that the committee might want to join. If we do have, it is possible that we do an event. I will definitely keep that in mind and make sure that the committee is invited. Chair, I think those were all the questions that the members asked. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. HOD.
Thank you, Chair. Ilse van Skalkbeek, which has to run to meet a possible investor with the minister, is I'd like her just to maybe have 2 minutes, if that's possible, before she needs to leave. Ilse, just with respect to the municipalities, please.
Thanks, HOD. Chair, so in terms of municipal investment readiness, what we did in the last financial year is we developed a scorecard with the municipalities for each of them. So we looked at criteria in terms of investment facilitation. Do they have a pipeline? Do they do matching? Do they have a standard operating procedure? Because what we find is that the investor will come in, they'll knock on the LED manager's door, they'll knock on the mayor's door, on the municipal manager, and sometimes it's that last mile where we actually lose the investor. So what we try to first ascertain is in terms of where are we. So let's benchmark all the municipalities in the Western Cape. So we developed a set of criteria. We undertook an assessment across all the municipalities and the districts. They each have a scorecard which is available to them in terms of looking at how did they actually fare in terms of this assessment. And now it's given us the data in terms of looking at how do we provide them the support mechanisms to them to up their readiness. So at our Municipal Investment and Tourism Summit, which will be taking place in July, we're also going to be running a particular session with the municipalities in terms of their results, and then taking it forward in terms of looking at a little bit of a sort of a what do we call it, like a, not a masterclass, but a bit of a training in terms of certain basics and just in terms of where are the touch points that we're seeing coming out of that work as a playback to the municipalities. And then, of course, linking their investment pipeline, which was the part B of our work, in terms of we developed a district investment pipeline in terms of their top about 7 projects, which is what we want to feed into the Western Cape Investment Summit. So that's really how the work in terms of the readiness, knowing where we are, what is the gaps, and then also in terms of the work with regards to their pipeline. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, HOD.
Thank you. Also through you, Chair, just remember that the work that we do as a department is to complement and strengthen and support the work that Wesgro does. So they essentially go fetch the investors. They help land those investors, but it does require an enabling environment from the local government side. So to complement some of the work that Ilse has just spoken about now, we will be hosting a municipal investment and tourism summit in July to feed back to the municipalities, but also together with Wesgro is actually spend some time with each of the municipalities. And the intention is to invite the mayor, the and then the local tourism officer, as well as a local business representative, because they're often very involved with the tourism aspect of the municipalities, is to get them around the table and then see how we can introduce or support them with tools, sharing of information, so that they can come up with a fairly pragmatic plan to implement in the districts, which then both the department and Wesgro then can support them in delivering and implementing. So, Chair, I think we answered that quite comprehensively, and I'd like to hand over now to Tola with respect to the free port questions that were asked. With your permission, is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, HOD, and thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Member Bryant asked two questions, and one of them was relating to the objective around the businesses supported, which I would like to combine with the question that was also asked by Member Constable. So I will take the one question from Member Bryant, which is, what's the stumbling block that has led to an inability to convert investments and bring them on board? So, I mean, my assessment is really that it's twofold. One is strategy, the other one is capacity. So, in respect of strategy, my key observation is that the mix, there are two parts to the strategy as well. So the mix tended to identify or focus on startup enterprises, newer enterprises, and what we know from experience is that special economic zones get more successful if you can also secure as anchors in your zone established operators that have operations multinational plus broader throughout the country. So eventually when you start having more startups as opposed to more established entities, you might fall short in terms of success. The second one is also a strategy related matter. It has to do with what I would call, maybe an inability to focus on low-hanging fruit, because we have a massive idea about what this can become, and the opportunity is there, and the value proposition is strong. But in your mix, you must also just go for the low-hanging fruit as and when it becomes available. So from a strategy point of view, and if I reflect on other successful SEZs, I think that was an error in my view. Then the second issue of capacity, really what you need is a capacity for business development, generate the leads and get them and sift through them, get them done. My view, get them to a point where they can be moved on to the next part of development. My assessment is that capacity was limited. It's exceedingly limited as we speak now. And when you talk about what is being done, I'm going to come back to that. The next part is the lead conversion, which also has to do with the number of skills, experience, abilities to convert an opportunity into a signed contract, and then with the sustainable commercial approach. So there are lots of people who've been hanging around promising that they will start construction and they will reach financial close. It's linked to this idea that you need some blue chips, people with balance sheet, who, when you contract with, they will break ground. So I think that's what the capacity issue that I'm talking about. And then there's agility, which comes with being commercially orientated, even though you're a development entity. So you must run it as a business, and even though you have strong developmental pass. So that would be my answer in terms of what I've observed. So perhaps it's a good segue to what Member Ngondo asked next, which is what is being done. So as I pointed out, we already have and there's also Member Brian highlighted, there's lots of investment that's gone into the establishment of Freeport Sultan. You have a massive locational advantage. You are a Freeport. You have the Saldanha port, which has these huge advantages. You have locational advantages. You have infrastructure that's been established. There's still more infrastructure that needs to be established. So we have even ready to occupy buildings that, for many reasons, justifiable or not, those buildings are lying empty. So what is being done is to start just there, fill in the buildings that exist with investors, tenant them, and they were built through injection of capital from the SEZ fund, which is a grant to the institution, which means you do not have an obligation to repay debt to anyone, and you do not have the cost of that debt. So essentially, it's more important to get people in so that you can get something rather than trying to pitch the pricing of the let out of that space at the best possible market rate that we can. So get them in. So that's what we are doing. The focus now is to get the place, the ready to occupy buildings occupied. And as I pointed out earlier, we hope that when we have the opportunity to present again, we'll be able to illustrate where we are. But what we will illustrate is the number of leases that would have been signed. Out of the 5 buildings, how many will be occupied, or the leases will be signed, and how many will be onboarding so that they are actual investments. And they come across a variety of sectors: steel fabrication, agro-processing, logistics, etc. So, that is now what you can feel in the ready to occupy buildings. The next part is accelerate high impact projects through the development cycle. These are long range projects that leverage that you can do because of the unique proposition that Freeport Sultanha has. So you have to do them. But as I talked about low hanging fruit, so you can't focus on them exclusively such that you forget the low hanging fruit. But you also can't do nothing about it. So I referenced green hydrogen, for example, which is a proposition 2030 and beyond, viable proposition 2030 and beyond, in my view. But you can't start in 2029 to prepare yourself for the benefits of deriving value and from the green hydrogen proposition. So you start now. So you need to do those things. But it also can't take forever. You need to find things that can convert early, the most immediate opportunities in green hydrogen, and there's a pipeline of investments that are already that are already being pursued, that have been pursued even prior to my assuming this role. What's our focus? What are we doing? Is accelerating them through the development cycle. There are things that we can control and contribute and influence, but there are things that the investor must do. So that's the second thing. The thing from Member Nkondlo had to do with the output 9 and output 10. Now, Chair, I must point out that during that time there was a lot of rain here, at our precinct and at the Access Complex where we hosted you, and our network got somewhat disturbed. So I'm going to paraphrase what we thought the question was, and if I've missed something, I'll please it be repeated if possible. But it was to do with what we're measuring there, and in essence, what we're measuring for output 9 is contractor development, whereas in output 10 we're measuring skills development. And I will talk to this again when I reference my responses to Member Constable, because it speaks to impact as well. So again, I feel a little uncertain whether I've clarified what I was sought to clarify there. But when it comes to the issue of panels, which I was able to hear the members' questions again, in essence, there are 3 panels, one for health and safety, one for professional services, and the third one for contractors. And each panel has about 5 members in it, and the panels are for a period of 3 years, and then they can be extended for a further 2 years, and then they get re-advertised. And obviously, it is linked to making sure that as the work is available, the panels must also be viable, meaning they can be used and accessible. And I think what I'd like to point out is that there's a focus on localization. From the analysis, the value of work that gets done is in the order of about 100 million rands a year over a period. Obviously, there are peaks and where there's low level, less levels of investment on an annual basis, and we seek to achieve at least 40% localization as that work is being implemented. So if I go to Member Constable's question, which was twofold, one was about what are these institutional agreements that we reference. It's fundamentally just the MOUs we enter into with strategic partners like the Saldanha Bay Municipality, like West Coast District Municipality, like Westboro, like the Department of Labor, and a variety of institutions that we enter into. And they are structured such that we have commitments, or like the IDC, we have commitments to meet on a quarterly basis and review implementation and see how we can drive the execution of our mandate. The second question was impact. Which is to do with the development programs, the activities that are as a result of the investment. So our focus is to make sure that those initiatives that drive enterprise development and skills development are sustainable. So if you can train people, they must also be, ready to be absorbed somewhere. In respect of enterprise.
Acting CEO, can you wrap? We are running out of time.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Yes, so I think it was the last question, the chairperson's question were about smart targets. This was about seeking improvement rather than saying the targets, need to be changed. So we are following the track. We're tracking what was already reported as targets. In respect of TNPA, which is my last point, we expect that we have proceeded with the engagements with TNPA. We have formulated a commercial terms framework for the new lease. We have drafted the new lease. and TNPA in the course of next week will be presenting it for the second time to their national executive, and we hope to have their feedback in respect of that by the end of May. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are really behind time. Are there follow-up questions? I don't see any hands, but really thank you to Honorable Ngondo. I see your hand.
No, I was going to say, Chair, because of time, perhaps if we're allowed that follow-up questions, we can maybe write as part of the resolutions, and then maybe the colleagues can still answer us later on.
I support that suggestion. Thank you, Honorable Ngondo. CEO Renel Stana from Westgro, really thank you very much. And I think we still have got a resolution that we're going to ask you to really come and present to us, the work that you are doing, Westgro. And thank you for the comprehensive presentation that you have shared with us. But I think at the right time, we'll definitely be inviting you to come and give us a full presentation. Thank you very much. To the acting CEO, Ndada Sitole, thank you very much for the work that you started doing out there in Saldanha. I know it's not an easy job, but we trust you that you will really help us to turn around that business. We will make some resolutions, which we will share with you to really respond in writing. Thank you very much. HOD, I think the two entities can be released if it's okay with you, so that we can proceed with the red tape reduction.
Certainly, Chair. I think with your permission, I would also like the third entity also to be given the pass that they may leave. So it's Westgro, Freeport, as well as Atlantis SAZ. And also like to thank them for the thorough presentation through to you. And then also there may be members of the DDAT team that may not necessarily be directly involved with the red tape unit, and then they may leave as well. But everybody else needs to stay. If that's okay with you, Chair?
My apologies, HOD. Also, thank you to Atlantis SEZ for the work that they are doing. And they can also be excused if they really want to leave. And some of your colleagues in the department, if they really want to leave, they are excused. But back to you, HOD.
So I'm going to give the lead over to first Rashid as the branch manager and the DDG for the unit. And then perhaps then to John Peters, who's the Chief Director responsible, and then we will do the presentation. Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Rashid.
Thank you, members, and thank you, HOD. I will put you straight into the hands of John, our Chief Director, who is one of the founders of the Red Tape unit, and of course, Michelle, our director for the unit, and her team will present. So, John, I'm going to hand straight over to you or Michelle, whoever's going to lead on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rashid. Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I think not only to respond to the question that has been put by the standing committee, but I think more importantly to introduce the Red Tape team and also the work that we're doing, so that we get a better understanding of first of all the context and how we contributing, especially to G4J and to the province overall. I'm going to do about 3 slides, then I'm going to hand over to Michelle, the director. I don't know who's driving the presentation.
I'm John.
Okay, right, let's go. Okay, just a very quick brief history, so that I think it's a new standing committee, so just maybe some background to the thing. We started in 2011, one staff member, that was me, part-time. The area was unprecedented and uncharted. There was nothing where we could look back, especially in South Africa, even in Africa, to ask ourselves, how can we learn, what can we learn from, and what we put in place. It was very difficult. So we borrowed extensively from the EU, New Zealand, Australia, and Canada, where a lot of the work was done in terms of red tape reduction, make it easier to do business. And in many of those countries, especially the EU, politicians generally use that as a ticket to sort of come into office based on what they're going to do in terms of the regulatory environment. So again, we took a lot from there. Then in 2013, we have an approval organogram, and we appointed a director. First director was a certain gentleman by the name of Raven Windvogel. He was previously from the Liquor Board and also from the OCP. And then what we did was, as part of our research, we adopted what is called the EU-Australian structure of business units, and you'll see it within the organization as it is now in terms of the unit. There's a component called regulatory reform, which is becoming very important. Then business process improvements, then communication and culture, the sort of customer-orientated culture. And another component which is important is your reactive component called case management. So that's the four of the bases that we need to be, that we adopted in terms of the organogram. In 2025, where we are now, still remain the only such unit in South Africa, and dedicated resources responding to red tape related individual business complaints. And as of that, I must emphasize that, because nowhere else is that a situation where you actually have a resource or resources, whether it's distributed, that responds to cases, responses, or inquiries by business, right? The next one, I think one of the things that we feel quite proud of is invited to form part of the NPC's technical task to develop a national RTR tracker system for all red tapes across all of the spheres of government. So what has changed from a sort of educational perspective from our side to especially the national department is becoming now an imperative to economic development and growth policy, right? So recently, one of our members will also be part of that task team on the NPC to serve on this task team to look at how we can actually report on all initiatives related to red tape reduction across the various spheres of government. I think also there we find ourselves well respected by national government and peer provinces, especially I think DSPD. We recently co-authored the National Red Tape Reduction Framework for MSMEs. Also work closely with the presidency, with the first task team that was formed, the red tape task team. We were part of that task team. And again, we enjoy exceptional support from the Business Association and Chambers. And I think what we've started to do, increasingly do, is extensive work across municipalities in the areas of planning and permitting and stuff like that. The next thing. Yeah, just to put names to the faces. This is the team, a very, very dynamic team. And I would like to say to myself, you know, this is the face of the public service in the future. We've got Michelle in the middle. She's the director. Just some background to her. She comes from water affairs, and also she was at land affairs, qualifications, economics and law. To the sort of on her left hand side is Bandile. He comes from the private sector, a specialist in business process improvements. To the right is one of our rising stars, Benson. Benson came as an intern, left to the Human Rights Council, came back as a DD, and he's heading up our regulatory reform. And again, within the area of regulatory reform, he's one of our sort of known experts across the province. Behind him is Cindy. She comes from the law chamber. She also does assistant and lots of work, especially in the ECT space on regulatory reform. And then on the left hand side is what's her name? Amandla. Amandla's now on a Cushman leave. She's also into our research component, and she looks specifically at helping the three components. And then Aisha is our culture and communications expert. And I mean, culture, Aisha has pioneered the work that we're currently doing with regard to red tape reduction in lean management. And in the center, we have the person dealing with our call center, the business support hotline, is Marthies. Next slide. Almost done. Members, just to give you perspective, and I think we started out purposefully working with everyone relevant in what we call the ecosystem. So just to name but a few, key partners here is DSPD, because the link to small business development. And if you look at the latest NISET, which is the National Small Enterprise Development Plan, regulatory reform plays a key role there. And I'd like to feel that we played a key component in getting that as one of the pillars. The National Planning Commission, I just mentioned, we've just been co-opted as a member of that one. Business associations, we have standing agreements with business associations to do talks on regulatory reform and also red tape reduction. the cities support program. A lot of the work in the municipalities with regard to your plans and your building control comes from that program. The provincial departments goes without saying with our environmental affairs, our Department of Public Works and Transport, or now infrastructure, very closely relations there. And then obviously the other one that we have a sort of special relationship with is the municipalities, with regard to whether it is SMME policy, whether it is planning or permitting. We've got a close relationship with them. Working with them is obviously we'll work a close relationship with SALGA, who I think is very important in terms of that whole municipal relationship. And with that, let me just go to the last slide and then I'll hand over to Michelle. Quick, just maybe just a sort of an educational part on this thing. If you're looking at improving a business environment, there's 3 parts that we picked up. Number 1 is what is called addressing binding constraints and systemic constraints. These are things which affect business, right? And it can be crime, it can be lack of skills, it can be infrastructure. That's one component. Then you have what is called unnecessary red tape. And this is inherently about government, even private sector, with regard to processes and regulation. The next part is an important part is how do you resolve your ad hoc blockages, where you cannot say to business, you know what, we're busy on legislation, we're busy on improving processes when they've got a problem. So this is an important component in terms of red tape reduction. How do you respond to business need immediately? That's the 3 parts. If we take that over, this is our approach to red tape reduction. You'll see it becomes a lot more focused now. Number 1, regulatory reform. Number 2, improving government systems and procedures. In other words, how quick can you get a permit? How quick can you get a visa? That's part of the pioneering work that we did previously. Then the next one is your direct interventions via case management, and that is where you as a business can come to us, have a hassle, whether it's a delay in a permit or delay in whatever. We will help you to sort of unlock that one. Bundle that one. And the other important component that is critical is your EODB culture and communication. It's no use you having all those things there without having a public service culture of service delivery. Service delivery to the citizen, whoever that is. In our case, it is business, not only big business, but also medium business, and importantly, the small businesses that we want to help to generate growth and things like that. And again, and on that one, that businesses is both formal and informal businesses. And when Michelle does a presentation, she'll highlight that component. So Chair and members, that's it from my side. I hand over now to the capable to the capable hands of Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Chair, members and colleagues. I'll provide a brief overview of the work we did in the 4 areas that John mentioned. I will then specifically look and provide 2 or 3 slides around our work in the municipalities. So the first area, regulatory reform, we have 3 approaches. Firstly, we do what is called our commentary, and that is commenting on draft legislation. That's national, provincial, as well as municipal bylaws. Thus far, we've commented on more than 80 pieces of legislation overall, and this include bylaws such as Spaza Shop bylaw that was recently published by Stellenbosch, the model bylaw for township economic development, as well as various planning bylaws. Our comments are, we always look at the legislation from the point of how onerous will it be on businesses. Our second approach, we've provided support to municipalities through the development of model policies or bylaws. And these are the examples listed or what we did this far. The ones on the film policy and bylaw was done together with Westgrow, and we then in the past went on roadshows with municipalities because many municipalities do not have film bylaws specifically. Then we also have the role of advocacy and lobbying, and this is for amendments to legislation. So through this, we'll do research, and I'll use the example on the startup reforms. We did the research on tax amendments as well as amendments to the exchange control legislation, and we'll then advocate for amendments to the specific laws.
Another role that we play is supporting the implementation of regulatory impact assessments. This unit drove the implementation or institutionalization of RIAs in the Western Cape. RIA specifically, it's a systemic and structured approach to evaluate the potential effects of policies before it's passed into law. At this stage, the unit still serves on the Western Cape Provincial Central RIA Committee. However, we've also started working with the city about 2 years ago to implement RIAs in their bylaw development process. And I'm just going to give an example on the ECD work that we've done that was primarily driven by Cindy that's in the meeting. Back in just post-COVID, when we were still all falling over our feet to help businesses, we implemented the ECD Business Support Program, where we funded 2 organizations. One worked within the Lavender Hill Retreat area. The other organization worked in the Khayelitsha area. They were both appointed by the then Department of Social Development as support service organizations to help ECDs become registered. With our funding, those 2 organizations assisted various ECDs to become registered. However, what we saw that based on our funding, close to 40% of the funding went to compliance costs at the City of Cape Town. So, and we've always said our success of this project is not only supporting the ECDs, is what we did with the results of that project. We then worked with the City of Cape Town to do a regulatory impact assessment on the ECD policies as well as the planning policies, to look at providing exemptions for especially the ECDs in the vulnerable areas. I think many people know that last year the city published, and they're doing extensive work to make it easier for ECDs in the vulnerable areas around admin penalties, development charges, etc. that relates to your building plans and land use applications. The next area is looking at improving government systems and processes, which is led by Bandile. Over the past few years, we've worked with various municipalities in the province. I think even back in 2013, we worked with municipalities developing action plans. But what we saw there, if we're not funding interventions, it's very difficult for municipalities to actually implement. In 2020, from about 2021-22, we then looked at funding municipalities through what we call the Ease of Doing Business Fund, and these looked at, the process was applications from municipalities. We funded more than 30 interventions across various municipalities. It looked at digitization, development of policies that I referred to earlier. These are all the digitization that we did. It ranged from building plan application process, outdoor dining business processes, film permits, etc. We also digitize what we call the Western Cape Liquor Authority, where a liquor license can now be applied for online. These are just 2 case studies to show the impact of our work in municipalities. The first one is Stellenbosch. We looked at improving the building plan systems and streamlining the processes. Some of the benefits, previously officials were, the municipality was looking at 3 building plans a day. They are now looking at approving 16 per day. The productivity increased from 37% to 80%. So what this means is now 80% of building plans are approved within the 30 days legislative time frame. The numbers that you see here around broader economic benefits, this was assessed recently by an independent service provider based on the information given by municipalities. Also in George, we looked at our intervention was around digitization, specifically land use applications, as well as the Section 28 endorsements, which relates to rates clearance certificates. Some of the benefits, land use applications, approvals went down from 235 days to 107 days. It's not perfect. I mean, 107 days is still very long. Rights clearance certificates are now issued within 10 days, and a rights clearance certificate is it's needed before any property is registered. And again, as I said, these numbers that you see, it was assessed by an independent service provider. In our case management system, the business support helpline service. This is the service where businesses can call in, email, etc., around any support they need in order for our unit to action. We have a system where we capture every case in order to develop our reports, because our reports provide an indication to us around where the challenges are. For example, we know that access to finance is still one of the big challenges for businesses. Cases are then allocated within the department, obviously based on the category, and the reports are developed quarterly around the trends as well as other indicators. This is our impact to date that we can report. More than 12,000 business inquiries have been logged. We have a 76% satisfaction rate because we do monthly surveys with our clients to look at whether they're satisfied and how we can improve. We also have a 86% resolution rate. These are just some examples of cases we've resolved over the last 2-3 years. The Cape Grace Hotel had an issue with the building plan, and then we have Sota. It's helping them, I think, 2 years in a row getting the visas for Chinese business study tours. Here we assisted Darling Green to open a PV solar plant by engaging with the national department responsible for environmental affairs to issue the EIA. And this is working with the city to assist this business to operate from home, with actually operating from a garage at to get licensed in order to do so. Then the third area, which is our ease of doing business culture and communications, headed by Aisha. So one of our key interventions is looking at how to make it easier to do business by simplifying compliance requirements for businesses. We are aware legislation is there, it can take a while to change, but we should look at, we try to look at how to simplify the compliance requirements. So we develop these videos as well as little booklets, how to start your own small business. We also have looked at working with Department of Infrastructure and other regulators around a booklet for emerging contractors, and it has all the regulatory requirements. We also engage in all municipal areas. We attend all the workshops to present on this. We also, from the end of last year, worked with the CCMA to look at easing the compliance to labour legislation. And currently we are working with the Cape Chambers to have this focus group discussions, because as government, like the CCMA, developed this tool, but businesses were not aware of it. We had the picture there is just a picture of the Mitchells Plain chapter where we presented the tool to, and it was really well received. Then the lean management program that John referred to. So we led the advocacy of this program in the province over the last few years. We've trained more than 200 Western Cape government officials. Last year we also included the city officials, and I'll give a bit of history on that now. As of this year, it's now been institutionalized at our Provincial Training Institute, where they are developing the curriculum. 4 of our Western Cape government officials, including Aisha and Bandile, have been trained in order to provide training to other officials because we need to build our in-house capability, and we can't always rely on funding for service providers. Just some examples of the work we did. Last year, we took the City of Cape Town officials because the city came to us and said, look, in terms of the ease of doing business index, they are not doing well for informal trade with processing of informal trading permits. I think they were processing 40 days and they were supposed to be on 24 days. And in terms of the index, it was not looking well. So we looked at how do we use the lean methodology. Instead of us doing the process improvement, how do we train up the officials to look at the processes themselves? Because the process will never be perfect, but we need to build a mindset of continuous improvement. Through this, they've identified 2 improvements that need to be done in order to improve the bigger process. The one is to reduce the vacancy rate of the informal trading by allocation process. And the current vacancy rate is 84%. We have a goal of 30% by December 2025. Furthermore, they're looking to reduce the number of days to issue an informal trading permit. Currently, it's on 40 days. We're looking to reduce it to 10 days, although the current SOP is at 24 days. And Bandile will be working closely with the city to ensure that these recommendations are implemented in the current financial year. We also worked with the Western Cape Liquor Authority in order to streamline the Section 36 applications, which is a new application for a liquor license, to decrease it from 120 days to 90 days. Then just our current plan of action, and this is all linked obviously to growth for jobs as well as our the NASED. In the regulatory reform is looking at the municipal business licensing framework, continuing with film and event permitting, exchange control lobbying, as well as tax incentive lobbying. We'll continue with our work within the municipal development permitting, as well as support Drakenstein with the informal township economy bylaw. Again, this is Drakenstein that came to us, looking for support around the development of this. We'll continue with improving government systems and processes. This year, we will work with Georgia and Mossel Bay, as well as continue with the Liquor Authority and the informal trade permitting process that I mentioned before. Aisha will continue with developing a permit and licensing booklet. We have engaged with Westkro also on this because there's not a lot of communication material out there, whether it's to give a small business or an investor. We'll also be working with SARS in terms of their compliance, because our research shows it's usually the youth entrepreneurs that basically scared of SARS, but SARS is willing to work with us to engage more with youth entrepreneurs, and we'll use various youth business support organizations. And then we'll continue with the work around labor compliance with the CCMA. Around the culture interventions, we have a partnership with SALGA to roll out lean training to other municipalities within the Western Cape. We are establishing our inter-provincial RTR forum because currently we serve on the national forum. We also have a provincial forum, but our municipalities are saying that they would like us to constitute a forum where lessons can be shared, etc. We also internally developed what we call a blueprint to reduce red tape, and it's really taking our approach, documenting it, and looking at rolling it out to municipalities. In some of the municipal engagement to date in relation to red tape reduction. Last year, a local government circular went out to municipalities offering us support to help them with their bylaw enhancements, specifically in relation to the standard draft bylaw for township economies that we commented on extensively. This far, only Drakenstein and Saldanha reached out to us to assist with the bylaw enhancements. We've directly supported 16 municipalities with various types of projects, including business process improvement, communications, and regulatory reform projects. We have a monthly engagement with the City of Cape Town EODB team to not only learn from them, but also to share what we are doing. I spoke about us establishing an inter-provincial RTR forum because, as I said, we have constant engagement with the city, but we don't have a forum where we engage all municipalities. We are always just latching onto other forums, and we've shared various forums, LED forum, communications forums run by DLG, infrastructure forums, etc. We've commented on various municipal bylaws. These are just some in the recent year or so. And then we'll continue with our capacity building with municipalities around lean capacity, as well as the blueprint to reduce red tape. And that's all from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. Really, I must say, Rashid, John, and Michelle, well done. I think you're doing a great job. Really, thank you very much. I would like to really go first, honourable members. I don't see any hands right now. Okay, the question of regulatory reform, you did answer it because I was just worried about how is that working. Rashid and John, we have got quite a lot of national departments in the Western Cape, whom I think, sometimes they are also, impacted by the way they are doing their business in terms of servicing our constituencies. Have you done some work in terms of really engaging these national departments that are working in our province in order to provide them maybe a support to leverage off your resources and your ability of improving some service delivery in that regard? The other question that I have, I come from risk environment, from credit background. That's where I met John in the banking sector. Obviously, risk is a big thing for me. Is that in doing all these improvements on regulatory environment, risk, how do you really ensure that you mitigate the risks at the same time? Because I think key is that, we can improve and get things, to happen faster and quicker. But, if they result in damages, obviously, we pay a heavy price as such. So I just want to hear how you go through navigating through the potential, mitigation of the risks that might appear. Digitizing is key, is important, but the cybercrime is also there. People are running with lots of matric certificates and with all kinds of permits that they do get online, because we have tried to make everything easier for everyone to be able to access. So I just want to hear about, how are you working around ensuring that you mitigate the risk at the same time, because I didn't hear that coming out in the presentation. Thanks, Honourable Gondlo. Over to you now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenters. My first one, given the history of this unit since 2011, which to date is almost 14 years of its existence. The one issue I think I would like to point out, perhaps the colleagues could respond, is that one of the things one would understand is that when it comes to red tape reduction or trying to deal with those things that would hinder progress, of the enabling environment of businesses, processes, systems are one set of things, which are in front of your face. But I am not sure to the extent to which this unit deals with or has been able to pick up on the structural issues, particularly on how the very processes and systems that this unit must deal with would affect businesses differently as a structural defect of the economy of South Africa, because these problems are felt differently by big business, corporate businesses versus smaller businesses. They are experienced differently by those that are in the formal and informal space. And one appreciates this engagement with the question one has been asking for years in this committee around red tape reduction, that is dedicated or an account of the work that is done by this unit that also impact the informality or informal sector. So it's one issue that one would like to get a sense from this particular unit. And actually, it takes me to the ecosystem of partnerships, because I would think, appreciating that business associations, and perhaps John can indicate who are these business associations that they are working with. Because one knows, at a corporate level, industry level, it's very easy. You deal with your business chambers or your industry players. I'm not sure at an informal level. I know, for example, of SAITA, the South African Informal Traders Association, that I know at least exists, and you get it even, in informal spaces, that like in the townships. I'm not sure, other business formations that actually input into your processes, and also are able to feed into the type of interventions that you do with these varied municipalities, let alone, research bodies and universities that some, will be dealing with this type of challenges, at a knowledge level, and whether those are some of the considerations perhaps into the future to try and especially with the fact that, the work that you are doing is starting to be recognized even at a national level. You are influencing and representing, this work, in a national platform, because this is a very important issue, especially as a key pillar in the economic transformation of an economy of South Africa that is actually having structural defects, which you may want to resolve some of these things that you see in front of you. But if you don't deal with these problems also from the root causes of how these problems would affect, as an example, a woman-owned enterprise versus a youth-owned or other businesses. So I think it's one issue that for me is very important to mention. And I would like to ask whether in the municipalities that you have worked with today, do these red tape reduction units exist? Are they established in these municipalities across our 30 municipalities of the province? And do they work with the LED units in those particular municipalities? So for me, I think those are issues that are very important. And then I think the last question, Chair, I would like to understand, appreciating, I think, what has been done on the comments, the support to municipalities, advocacy, even this project, I think that the unit had to assist in terms of ECD. One is interested to know that in the forum that you are sitting with, especially with the work of G4J, is there anything that is being done around, learning from the work that you have been doing around red tape reduction, of how you elevate this work into the township economy strategy that we have been calling for, and we've been asking for the provincial government to start looking at and embed into the G4J, because these are some of the problems that inhibit, entrepreneurship development in the townships, and which links also to the structural defects, of our economy that you are even having to talk about township entrepreneurs as a special problem, of this particular country. So for me, I'm interested to know that whether this work that is being done is actually influencing that, because one recalls at one point that when one was asking some years ago, through this department about the issue of informal trading in a township like Khayelitsha, with the response that was received, firstly, that actually that does not sit in the competence of the province, but also come asking from the city of Cape Town. At that point, the city of Cape Town would have responded that Khayelitsha was not, I don't know the term that they've utilized, I don't have my response at this point as we speak, but that meant at the time that Khayelitsha did not have an informal trading bylaw at that time. I'm not saying now, I'm saying at that time, because these issues are very important in the townships, because we'll be talking about informal trading, you know, in those particular space. And if there are not set bylaws, you know, that are enabling and facilitating support of the municipality to entrepreneurship activities that are taking place in these townships, then we are speaking about things that are ideal, because the municipality itself at a particular point in time have not necessarily gone and ensured that there are these informal trading zones declared, you know, in the townships themselves. So that is why I'm asking whether this particular work is actually enveloped within what we have been promised, you know, as a township strategy that is still to come from this department as part of the G4J. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I don't see any other hand, colleagues, but maybe just allow me to sponsor one or two more questions. Yeah, I think I like the work that you're doing, colleagues. The one area that maybe you might add value, we've got the IDC Social Enterprise Fund, which has been advertised. Would organizations like those that are involved in the Social Enterprise Fund, you know, approach you? Would you be able to assist, or is there a capacity somewhere, HOD, within your department that can assist such organizations? Some of them might want to apply for jobs fund, you know, which are really aimed at ensuring that, you know, we increase work, you know, jobs opportunities. In some instances, obviously, the window of jobs fund, sometimes when they open it up, they open for something different. But in cases where they open the funding opportunities for job creation as such, that's one. But there is a white paper debate right now. I think it happened yesterday on local government. And obviously, one of the key focus area for this GNU government is obviously jobs and economic growth. I just wanted to get an idea if you obviously form part of this because of your strategic significance where you are as a red tape reduction. The last one is I just wanted to know if are you using any consultants, or all the work that you are doing is an in-house work, no consultants are involved. Thank you very much. Over to you, HOD, through you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and for those really in-depth and I think quite insightful questions. I'm going to ask John and Michelle to answer, and Rashid may also add, but then we still have Nizam with us, and so I'm going to ask if Nizam could respond particularly around the support that we provide around accessing job opportunities from national funds like the Jobs Fund. Can I hand it over to you, John?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, look, first of all, thank you very much for those questions. Very interesting and happy to respond to it. We learn as we go along. I think from the chair, your first question, if I got it right, was the working with the national departments and then also mitigating the risk. I think we've had a two-pronged strategy with regard to red tape reduction. Also remember that a lot of the red tape lies outside of the department. So it's a matter of selling and educating the relevant departments. We've got two parts we operate here. On the one end, we've got relatively close relationships with the personalities at the national departments on the provincial level. So example, at Labour, We got a good relationship. We can speak to Mawele, he's on call. So that's a good relationship, right? But what we try and do, and this is for the benefit of the whole country, is through our representation and clout on national committees to try and influence the agenda there. So hence, when we at the national level, especially at the DSB sessions, at the PCF, that we also with all the other provinces, there's a big push from our side that the reform and the changes that need to be done in a structural way comes from the national departments. So in summary, two ways of doing it. Where on the provincial level, we work very much close with the provincial counterparts in national departments, but also on almost, I want to call it, on a systemic level, we try and work with the DSP to influence the other departments. When we were working on the presidential task team on red tape reduction, one of the things that sort of didn't take off was almost holding national departments to account with regard to certain I'm going to call it business practices and regulations, especially where Member Konlu spoke about almost the disparate proportionate burden of regulations, where we actually call them to account. Nothing has really happened there, but we're not giving up. We still influence that agenda on that area. The second part of mitigating the risks, and yes, no, working with business, you might be seen as, you know what, you're working very closely with business and you could get overwhelmed or captured by business. We don't operate like that, right? We look at what is superfluous, what is unnecessary, but obviously regarding what are the risks that are involved. So we will never, for example, want to fast track or put pressure on any department with regard to building plans. We'll never do that unless it's unfair delay, right? Same with the liquor licensing. We won't willy-nilly want to petition the liquor board to expedite license when at the heart of it will be to the detriment of the community. So I think the guys that we have in the team are quite level-headed when it comes to looking at the risk and trying to obviously mitigate that one. That's one part. Then Memon Kondo spoke about the structure, which I fully agree with. All over the world, you have this disproportionate burden of regulatory issues on small and big businesses, right? And that generally is corrected not only by enforcement, but especially by regulatory reform. So you have almost a situation where, I'm just using an example overseas, where your restaurant, if it's 100 square meters, you got 4 regulations. If it's 50 square meters, you have only got 3 regulations. So this is something that we work on, and we work on it through what we just mentioned. Michelle mentioned there, the regulatory impact assessment, where we look at what is the burden on smaller businesses, and based on that analysis, you are able then to petition the changes in the regulations. On the other part of that, structural issues, how are we informed? And I think when we started this unit, we told ourselves we are going to be informed through business, and again, obviously through risk mitigation. At the moment, the notable or the key business associations that I basically have on call now is the Cape Chamber of Commerce, the AHI, Business Western Cape, Black Business Chamber with Kaya Sishe, and then also I just want to mention the other one, I mentioned Business Western Cape, ITDF, which is the Informal Traders Development Forum, and then my good friend Rashida Miller of the South African Informal Traders Association. They are the people that come to us with regard to the symptomatic issues, or I want to call it the ad hoc issues that we need to be supporting. Rashida will come to me, or come to Michelle, or come to Fayrouz with regard to any municipal issue relating to informal traders. So these are also the people that are going to have to inform our township development strategy, because a key part is obviously going to be informal trading, and of course the formal trading in the township area. So just working with, and it can be tested, Chair, just working with the interested and affected parties, the main interested and affected parties, I can categorically say that we have a close working relationship with them on that. That one issue. The other issue was the township strategy. Undoubtedly, if you look at even the strategy that we had lots of input to, the NISD, National Small Business Strategy, a huge component, actually one of the pillars, is regulatory reform. So in the township development strategy, even a draft that we'll be working on, regulatory reform must be a key component to it. Because just remember, if you're going to correct something that is created by poor planning or unfair planning, you're going to have to correct it through that actual channel. And also just in terms of requirements, and I've got no doubt that you cannot have the same requirement for a Pick n Pay as, a requirement for a spaza shop as to Pick n Pay in an example in a township area. So definitely all our strategies, in this case with the township strategy, needs to be looking at the regulatory component and how that systemically changes the way people need to do business and grow businesses and have the opportunity to start business. Then the other one was red tape reduction in the municipalities. We don't have red tape reduction units in the municipalities simply because there's no capacity. But what we do have is we influence the agendas with regard to the LED meetings. So, I mean, I was recently at a meeting in where was it now? In Worcester, which is Breeda Valley, and there again, keen interest in regulatory reform, in red tape reduction. If you look at the programs that the unit have run out, quite a few of it is actually in municipalities. And again, unfortunately, you don't have capacity, so we constantly have to actually jump in there. But hopefully, as things go on, we could actually expand the capacity with regard to that one. So we work keenly with the municipalities, just also with the City of Cape Town, maybe just to mention. The work that we do with the City of Cape Town has two objectives, I want to say. The first is to sort out the City of Cape Town in terms of the spread. 70% of the economy lies in the City of Cape Town. So if you can make systemic changes there, you make a hell of a difference in the economy, the Western Cape economy. But the other important part is, how do we take the lessons that we learn working with the City of Cape Town to the local municipalities? Because it just sounds a little bit better to them if you come to them with examples of another municipality. And obviously, it's a big municipality, but as long as the example comes from the municipality. So a lot of the work that Cindy's doing, regulatory impact assessment, is going to be taken also over to the other municipalities. The bylaw issues, the ECD issues, also taken over to the other municipalities. So there's a constant learning with regard to that one. What was the other question? Yeah, the city's informal bylaw, and I see Michelle did touch on how we're working with the City of Cape Town. They do have an informal bylaw, and we just actually did I did a quick research on the city's bylaw compared to Johannesburg. Apparently, the city's bylaw is actually more developmental compared to compliance orientated and law enforcement orientated to the City of Cape Town. So there's a little bit of progress, maybe not enough, but I think we're on the good track there. The other part there was, yeah, the chair asked something about the IDC social entrepreneurship. Strange you mentioned that one, because that's personally on my radar with regard to enterprise development. We are going to be forming a relationship with an organization, maybe you can Google it, called Africa Forward. And they are a broad-based African social enterprise organization that is looking at the challenges of Africa, but then taking it and looking at it through the lens of social entrepreneurship, which I see as something which is really good, especially in a disadvantaged economy. You need to get that sort of grain, that type of work going. So we're happy to be going to be part of that Africa Forward movement. We should be meeting soon with them. Yeah, then the use of consultants, and I think, Chair and members, what we've purposefully done with this unit, right, is from the beginning, we decided we are going to hire people who have expertise. Now, the advantage of that is if you do not have funding, the value is in the staff member, him or herself. For example, I can take Benson and I say, Benson has got a master's in law, right? I can tell Benson, take this piece of legislation, research it, and I want you to come up with a criticism of it, but importantly, I want you to come up with an alternative, and you'll be able to do that. With being consultant-driven means that you constantly have to have funding. So in each of those 4 areas that I mentioned, we do have expertise. Yes, we do employ consultants. For example, when we had to do the impact assessment, we prefer actually to get not actually just didn't have the resource. We prefer to get a external consultant in to have a look at the work and then sort of make a call on the quality of the work and also the value of the work. So for now, up until now, we've sort of resisted the urge, maybe also because of budget, to make extensive use of consultants. I think the more important thing here is to actually use your local capacity. And just maybe let me extend on this one. So what we've done with the lean management, for a few years, we've been sort of, I want to call it, dependent on the Lean Management Institute at UCT. But we've morphed the program where they now have trained 2 people in the form of Aisha and Bandili on the principles of lean management. But also what has happened is those 2 now are able to train the other officials. But the other cherry on the top, I want to call it, is that we've managed to get the Provincial Training Institute to now have courses on a provincial level to other departments. So in that way, you no need to constantly engage service providers to do the service. So, Chair, I don't know if I covered all the questions. Please just say, then I can. That's what I wrote down. Thanks.
Thank you, John. HOD, I see Rashid's hand is up. Through you, HOD.
Please, Rashid, if you can add your 2 cents if you wish.
Yeah. Briefly, I wanted to add, Chairperson and members, that a couple of years ago, we really started to entrench red tape and the concept of helping businesses across the whole organization. So from a national government point of view, Chairperson, the work we do with Transnet and the work that some of our tourism people do at a national level all contributes to the red tape reduction, making it easier to do business agenda. So this unit drives it. But it's a mindset that's become part of the entire sort of ethos of how we do business at TDAT. And then I did want to ask Nizam to talk briefly about that fund you mentioned, Chairperson, the Social Enterprise IDC Fund, and how we have looked to access that either in the past or going forward. So, Joe, if I can have Nizam just add on that one, please. Thank you.
Nizam?
Yeah, no, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Rashid, and thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, I think first is lots of these large funds, whether it's by design or by accident, but they don't lend themselves for small, micro, and medium-sized companies necessarily to apply to them. They require evidence around track record, fairly high hurdle rate in terms of governance. You have to show previous scale, previous performance, and all of these requirements don't lend themselves to small, micro, and medium-sized companies to apply. So in many cases, to those funds that don't lend themselves for those companies to apply directly, we as a province applied. So over the last 5-6 years or so, we were successful in leveraging close to R1 billion, particularly within the skill space, in which case then we make those funds available for those small, medium-sized companies to respond. We have probably one of the most streamlined, easiest processes. It's typically a one-pager that you have to complete, and all we ask for is what skills program is the company going to provide? Are you going to provide 80% employment for everyone after the fact? What's the value of the skills program? Put it in a calc engine, give us a number, and then we sort of approve those companies to participate in our funds and the funds leverage. Notwithstanding the ease at which we make private sector to engage with those funds that we leverage, obviously with our funds, we do recognize the strain on the fiscus. And in that regard, we have worked with small companies and other funders to aid in accessing those funds. And I'll talk about that shortly. But in that, we also recognize that, I mean, the question was specifically around skills, but we also looked at, from a departmental perspective, the excellence that exists in the skills unit, and recognize that that's a skill that's more appropriate to exist outside the skills unit to provide that funding leverage capability for the whole department. So not only for skills, but in many other disciplines for which there are funds, that unit will now live outside skills and provide that capability for the rest of the department and replicate that excellence that's been developed in the skills unit. Now, with respect to the new modalities, there are other aggregators in the ecosystem which we now empower and develop to leverage funds from funds like National Treasury's GTAC and other funding sources. We are working with the CETAs also to streamline their process. We have facilitated tens of millions of rands from CETAs to go directly to colleges, both for skills program, for skills programs and for infrastructure in that particular space. So, sorry. Sorry. So yes, it is something that we have worked on, and the member's absolutely right. There's some friction in the ecosystem right now, and we are addressing that friction in the ecosystems. We have done so successfully in the skill space, but we also replicate it elsewhere. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Joe and Rashid.
Thank you, Chair. I think that my team has answered fairly comprehensively, I hope. But we are available for any additional follow-up questions.
Thank you, HOD. Are there follow-up questions while members are still thinking of their questions? HOD, I know you have got a good working relationship with the ports. And I think primarily my question around, finding yourself, assisting some of the national government on red tape reduction was primarily, to say, have you considered maybe a model that you have implemented with working with the ports in solving their problems? While ports is not necessarily your mandate, but you have managed to get yourself a relationship there that you are working with them to solve some of those things. So my question, again, I think I'm going to put it to you, HOD. Is there an opportunity to look at working with some of the national government department to find a way of really structured approach of solving some of their problems, like managing the queues and managing some of the, the service delivery thorny issues for our residents in the Western Cape? Thank you. I see there are hands coming up. Honorable Ngondo and Honorable Bryant, in that order. Thank you.
No, thank you for the response, Chair. I just wanted to ask one, I think the question of whether the unit does work with any of the research institutions, if the colleagues can respond to that. Secondly, I just wanted to check with them on the commentary that they are making to the various bylaws. Have they actually followed up to check if any of their inputs do get to be integrated? Because obviously these are optional. The the municipalities are not obliged to actually take what are the views from the department. I just want to understand how that works in terms of actually lending those inputs into the actual, regulatory reform in the municipality. And then the work done in George on the building plans. Was this work done before the publicly known George collapsed building, or it was work done after? And this for me is important because one of my lessons learned or I take up from that experience is that whilst we are doing great in trying to reduce the time it takes for the building plans, I think we will have to ensure that from a risk point of view, that the safety issues, are not necessarily compromised. And those safety issues or safeguards in the process, that means all the necessary boxes must be ticked by the necessary inputs, or people who must input into the process must be done, So it's something that I actually wanted to check, so that we are not doing something good on one hand, that we are reducing the time it takes for these building plans, and therefore, unlocking a lot of investment that would have been lost because of the tedious processes in the municipalities, and actually making some of these investors, to go and invest somewhere else. But on the other hand, now we're sitting with our egg on the face, in terms of the safety and ensuring that all of those gets to be done. Lastly, Chair, is that I think John mentioned this, which is the biggest problem. I remember during COVID, one of the things, particularly in the informal sector, people started being aware of, is the fact that, the issue of compliance, to government is important. Registering your business, ensuring that you do your tax and all of these things, is important, because during that particular crisis, government was able to provide some, funds to rescue businesses. I remember engaging informal traders in the Side B tax rank, and majority of them were saying, look, for some years, we never understood the importance, of actually being compliant, of registering a business. We just saw it, as such a burden, let alone that there's nobody who comes to us. We're not necessarily literate about these particular processes and what it involved, but also the cost. Because that's another biggest issue, of somebody selling chips, next to the tax rank and expected to pay, these huge amounts of monies. And I'm raising this because as you pick up these issues, and also you're sitting in the national process, would actually assist in the regulatory reforms, also look at the cost of compliance, because that is also being a very big issue. And there's lots of writings, I think, scholarly, by others who have actually gone and researched on this issue of the cost and the burden of compliance, in particular to small and growing businesses, including, a young person who wants to start, and now you are thinking of the lots of money that you must have before you can actually run the business just to comply. So I just wanted to check, what is it that you are doing in that particular space, and that area of work? Is it gaining any listening in government? Because sometimes we get these meetings in government, you share information, but the time it takes just to do the actual reforms, it becomes costly in terms of our ability, as you spoke about, I think in the other engagement, where we are able to track, our entrepreneurship performance as a country, that was still very low because of some of these issues of cost and burden of compliance.
Thank you, Honorable Ngontlo. Honorable Brandt.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to be quick. Just two brief things. The first one is internal bureaucracy within departments. I know the City of Cape Town has installed I think they call it the stupid button or something along those lines for their internal departments, where if there's a piece of red tape or overly bureaucratic legislation or something that is holding a process back, you can click that button and point it out. And I think it's a really great move. I just want to find out, internally within the various departments of the Western Cape provincial government, whether, similar progress is being made. From what I understand, quite a few things have already been implemented. But, is there still a way to go in terms of cutting that bureaucracy and making the departments themselves more accessible? And then just very quickly, in terms of the informal sector, obviously the key goal here is to create as much economic opportunity as possible for all people across the board. But we do know that within the informal sector, there are also some kind of gatekeepers as well, who potentially, can get in the way of ensuring that all of those opportunities are spread out, right down to grassroots level. So I just want to find out, is that process being undertaken as much as possible organically with all role players, or is there still kind of an obligation or a need to work through sort of facilitators from within the industry? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Brandt. Just before I hand over to you, HOD, I do not think that the question on the white paper on local government was addressed, but I think maybe you might have to reflect on it. But I think most important is maybe to comment on it, because I think it was deliberated on yesterday, as you are assisting municipality to ensure that they reduce the red tape. And if you read the opening remark by Minister of Local Government, you will see that he noted that the GNU government focuses on growth and obviously on economic, on employment. The question when I asked about consultants, I wasn't really implying that I'm encouraging you to use the consultant. I'm really happy that you're not using consultant. Thank you very much. John mentioned Africa Forward. Maybe, if you can just, as the last question, just to explain what Africa Forward is doing, whether it's a South African entity or it's an international entity. How does he see it fitting in this particular program of the social enterprise funding or jobs fund as such? Thanks very much, HOD. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask John and his team to perhaps respond to almost all the questions as much as you can, and then I'll sort of maybe just do the rounding off towards the end. John?
Okay,
John?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Okay, the first one there, whether we work with research units. Okay, look, when we look at our red tape reduction, we see it how it affects businesses, right? So some of the stuff that we picked up in red tape is carried forward with regard to enterprise development. So with regard to impact on business, the key research organizations that we work with is Stellenbosch University through the Africa Center for Africa Entrepreneurship. It's headed by Professor Pumlani Nkotwana. We also work with UCT, and then to a limited extent, University of Western Cape. I think that one of the big organizations that we tend to get a lot of data information from to sort of inform what we need to do for small business would be the Alan Gray Foundation, who operates across the country and even in other countries. So yes, we do. And since the inception of the unit, there's been a heavy emphasis on looking at the research. And if you look at the people that we employ, generally they come from that sort of background, and they tend to lean to look at that as something that they touch base with. The other one is the comment on the bylaws, and I'll hand over that to Michelle or to Benson. But this is a very interesting question, because when we had this as an indicator, we asked ourselves. I asked the question. I remember saying, okay, so if we're going to be commenting on laws, how do we know, or what? Someone's going to ask, so what? And the team will maybe expand on that, where we actually looked at the laws that we commented on, and down the line. Now, just remember, if you comment on something now, it might be only a year or two later that you see the change. So what we try to do, and Michelle, hopefully you can shed light on that one, to actually look at to what extent can we say, you know what, our comments have actually been taken into consideration. So that would be an interesting one. That's that one. Then the work done in George, I'll hand over that. Michelle can talk about that one. I can't remember the exact time on that time frame on that one. But again, certainly we would not have condoned something where there's an expedition of any building control or any building plan, whether it is from a developer or someone building some addition into the house. We won't condone that one. The other one, very interesting, the way of compliance. What we found with the project that was with the CCMA and then also with the Chamber of Commerce, there's regulations, and in some cases it's actually the ignorance of the business on not knowing how to comply. And once they know how to comply, it actually becomes very simple. In enterprise development at the moment, we're busy with a compliance project, which will be where we'll be working with the various business chambers to see how, and also with accounting organizations such as SICA, as an example, where we're going to be helping businesses to comply with, for example, SARS, how to comply with SARS. So on the one hand, the regulations could be very onerous. On the other end, where it's set and where it's in the public interest, we look at how we can support that business to comply with that one. But again, bearing in mind that the burden cannot be disproportionate on your size of your business, right? That's the next one was the internal bureaucracy of departments. Now, just remember, we're a small unit, so our focus was always only on what we call business-facing services. So if you, okay, yeah, business-facing services, which could be very direct or indirect. For example, when we are one of the first projects that we sort of jumped into was with it was with DCAS, where we looked at the heritage unit. And part of what we did there as part of our intervention was actually to get more staff appointed. Very simply, the people were just overwhelmed. It had nothing to do with processes. It had nothing to do with the regulations. It's just that we needed people. Now, that's an example of where we sort of influenced in that way. But generally, we look at business-facing services. So if a department, for example, infrastructure, they need to issue abnormal load licensing or something, we will look at that process and, of course, the regulations. However, what we've done with a lean management program that's been interesting is that because we opened it up to various departmental units, these units come and as part of the program, they are looking at their own processes. So the spin-off of this, where we sort of focused on business-facing services, when we invite these departments to become part of the lean process, they tend to bring in almost internal processes. But I mean, just short of that is we're not really involved in internal processes. That we almost see the role of Department of the Department of the Premier, OD, but specifically we also try and influence them, and they have agreed to have a red tape reduction component in the CEO awards, the Service Excellence Award. So they've really bought into it. The other part is with the informal sector and the notion of what we call gatekeepers in terms of organizations. Look, we make it very clear when we work in any community, any township, any specific area, we work with the municipality. If there is an organization that represents business or organizations that represent businesses, yes, we'll talk to them, but we make it very clear that whatever we're going to do does not exclude businesses or citizens that are not part of business chambers, and we're very careful of that. Yes, you prefer working with chambers because it's just a little bit more gravitas and you just get much more things done. But we also have to be very careful, noting that there's other organizations or there's other individuals that prefer not to be part of what is happening. Like with the city, the recent market there, they purposefully did not immediately co-opt the specific organization. They're waiting for it to roll out. And once the thing is happening in that market, they will then sort of have representative bodies. But in that case, if you're going to co-opt a organization on, you could have this notion of gatekeeping. So again, bottom line is we work with the municipality on these issues, and then also when we're working with these organizations, we make it very clear to them it's not to the exclusion of any other organization or any other individuals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, HOD, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think you asked a specific question around can we work with national departments and boards to help address the systemic issues. And I think what John basically very passionately explained is that we do believe that we need to work with national entities and departments as long as we can. I think the key thing is getting onto the same page, and a lot of work gets done around strengthening the relationship and building trust, because I think that's important. And then essentially trying to do the shift. Now, sometimes one can address the shift in terms of the structural, the source of the problem, which is maybe the regulations and the legislation. And in other cases, what we do is we find ways to, as John was explaining, fast track or deal with the problems with implementation, because South Africa's doesn't really have, well, on the one hand, one could argue that we are over-regulated, but I think in a number of particularly national departments, there's a challenge of capacity and the ability to implement. And so, for example, the work that we've done on the visa, John's team was a pivotal part of doing that piece of research. The legislation is fine. It's the execution, the fact that the National Department of Home Affairs have historically struggled with the capacity to implement that. And so that in itself sometimes introduces inefficiencies in the way that you that you can effect it. So that's the first thing. And sometimes also to do with the risk issues is that we build in so many checks and balances that because we're trying to be safe and make sure we make no mistakes, that we may be building inadvertently unintended inefficiencies in the process. And so I think from a recent report research that was done on Eskom, some of the challenges around the procurement has not necessarily been the PFMA, but it's really been the fact that they had all these committees to oversee the recruitment processes, which then started to create inefficiencies in their ability and their speed and responsiveness to what they needed to do and execute their mandate. So I think it's a recognition of that. But I think also part of the work, and particularly around the structural issues, is also understanding why is the regulations in the way that they are. And the piece of work that I did quite a long time ago around aquaculture, because aquaculture, of course, given the diminishing wild stock of fish on our shores, is another alternative, particularly for our communities in the rural areas, it's along the coastlines, and particularly for the informal fisherfolk. It was very difficult for smaller players to actually enter into the aquaculture space, in part because of the EIA regulations. When we did an international benchmark comparison, effectively the international norm or average for when a full EIA kicks in was 500 tons. But in South Africa, the legislation said if you farm fish of more than 5 tons, you have a full EIA. So understanding why South Africa basically went so conservative becomes quite then important, because that then starts to deal with the source of the problem. What problem regulations is there to essentially mitigate risks. So what risks were we trying to mitigate? And I think understanding that at the core is important when we start addressing changes to the regulation. But as John was explaining, is that often we don't actually understand the regulations or how to comply. And generally then SMEs would then say, well, it's government, it's too bureaucratic. But actually it could be that government isn't properly communicating what needs to be done, or providing easy tools for businesses to comply. And I think that's also a focus that John and his team is basically now implementing. So, for example, businesses may complain about labor regulations. South Africa's labor regulations are pretty good. They're solid. They're not conservative. They're actually quite enabling, but it's the way it's been practiced that results in these perception issues.
Hey, Jody,
So,
I don't
yes.
like doing this, but you'll have to wrap up. I've seen the notice that we left with 5 minutes. We still need to do resolutions.
Okay, that's absolutely fine, Chair. I think The last thing you were asking about the national departments, the one thing I did want to say is that we do engage with national. When we do have success stories, we try and share that as much as possible, not only with national departments, but also with other provinces. So an example would be the broadband, where we shared the successes of our approach, and it was adopted and replicated in a number of other provinces. The same with the air access and a number of other initiatives. So our first port of call is usually to work well with our national entities, and then if not, we'll try and find ways to try and to overcome those without necessarily circumventing the regulations and national policy.
HOD, thank you very much. Rashid and your team, really thank you very much for your presentation. I think we could still be here if it wasn't really for time. But really, I think this is an important discussion that we need to have. I've also suggested that you must really maybe consider a webinar around this, because I think many people are not aware of what you're doing, and maybe, we can see ourselves, tripling our economy in the next 2 years by just, implementing those structural changes that you are talking and passionately about, and systematic problems and so on. Really, thank you very much. You're going to be excused, and we will now be focusing on resolutions in terms of the way forward. Members, I'm going to really excuse the department, and then we can focus on the resolution. Is that in order? Going once, going twice? No issue. Thank you very much once again, HOD.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my team. Thank you.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers, bye.
Honorable members, I think we have got only 3 minutes left to look at resolutions. The ones that I have got here is that maybe we need to just get a report in writing regarding the ATNS. I've got also the modalities that was requested by Honorable Ngondlo, that maybe we need to get something in writing. I think there was a request for presentation as it relates to tracking of performances when that is ready, because as indicated, still has to go to cabinet and obviously be approved as such. And I've got also export readiness, just maybe to get that in writing in terms of, the engagements and what the municipalities, the situation that the department are finding municipalities and the changes that they have made so far. That's really from my side. I see Honorable Constable has got a resolution proposal.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think the last presentation and engagement, I think we need to bring back red tape reduction. There's a lot of information that they can bring to us, and also maybe that we can discuss them how to assist municipalities. So I think maybe in the next round we can bring them back, just them to come and present on a broader space so that we can have a lot of time to engage them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, noted. Any other resolutions, colleagues, proposed? Being proposed? Going twice? Going once? Going thrice? Honorable Ngondlo?
No, I support a member about bringing back the red tape reduction unit. Perhaps, Chair, in the second round, we can then just be specific, perhaps just dealing with the various municipalities, the work that has been done there. They've touched on it. We can either decide to maybe take Central Karoo, the Garden Route, and another. It would be interesting just to look at what they had done in terms of legislation. I think that issue of the reforms, the regulatory reforms, I think they are doing great work there, which is going to help in particular our informal businesses, including township and small rural towns. So I think I support the notion of them coming back again. But also, Chair, maybe going back, I think at some point we need to consider the current situation as it was raised by Atlantis SEZ. I'm worried from the funding point of view, as they were talking about the billions that they have for funding application, and you are sitting with an SEZ fund at a national level that is only allocated about 100 million rand. So the truth of the matter is that we're going to be sitting with either pipeline or where there are already investments that needs to be translated into actual projects, but it's ourselves as government who are unable because there is not sufficient money. I think it's one risk which I think is urgent, and we need to find a way to bring it back to the agenda and find ways of how do we, try and deal with that particular matter with the executive.
Thank you. I think it's noted. Sharon, have you noted that?
I have, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable members, there are no further resolutions, then the meeting is adjourned. Really, thank you very much for your engagement.